You had an original hearing that was set in June of 2023. At that time, the board set this for a rehearing for today, for October of 2024. And we wanted to get a psych review. We wanted to get an updated institutional progress report and also an updated LSR&R. And we expected you to remain disciplinary free as well. That's what we are going to be discussing today at the hearing. So I don't want to go too in depth into the crimes themselves. That has already been addressed at the original hearing. But I did just have a few questions, I guess. So in 2004, you were convicted of sex abuse of a child. Now that's already expired. That term has expired. You were incarcerated in 2005 and then paroled in 2011. And then that was revoked in 2016. You were paroled again. But then in 2019, you had a sexual exploitation of a minor. Could you tell me a little bit about that offense? I was a little bit confused about what all had happened in that incident.
I was accused of taking a picture of an underage girl.
And was that an intimate photo? Tell me what sort of photo you took of her.
In the photo, it showed the breast.
Okay. Was that unclothed?
Yes.
What led to that behavior? You had been paroled. What led to that behavior?
There was quite a few things that had build up to it. Mostly I just became uncomfortable with how I was living, and uncomfortable with myself, and so I allowed myself to become depressed and put myself in a mind frame where I could actually not really care about other people's feelings, and I wasn't using any form of empathy for anybody at that time, and so I really wasn't thinking about how the end result and what would happen in the future. I was just thinking about instant gratification.
You completed, and sorry, I'm probably going to be skipping around here a little bit, but you completed sex offense treatment. Did you feel like you learned empathy, and what else did you learn?
Absolutely. The main thing I feel like I learned is better ways to prepare myself to avoid situations altogether, so I'm never in a situation where anything like that could even happen.
And what do you mean by that? What specific things would you do to not put yourself in those situations? And
In that
also,
particular situation, just never be alone with a minor, and where she did come to my house, and I could have quickly called my PO, or even considering the situation, I could have even called the police and just told them that there's a distraught female here. They need to show up. And at that point, it would even have looked better for me. One of the thoughts going through my head is, well, she's already here, so if I get caught with her, I'm already in trouble, where that may not have necessarily been the case if I would immediately called them and they just showed up and heard the situation. I think it would have turned out a lot better. And I was just making really bad decisions at that time. And just probably the place where my head was at, I wasn't thinking clearly and just making really dumb choices. And that's the main thing I've practiced this time in prison, is Unlike county jails, prison, you don't have the luxury of making mistakes. People tell you almost immediately if you're messing up. So it's a really good place to practice acting like an adult all the time and not making immature decisions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you said something interesting about like you felt like, well, you're already going to get in trouble, so you might as well just stick with that. It seems like you justify things or were justifying things at that time.
Absolutely.
Would you agree with that?
Absolutely, yes.
And what has changed to make it so that you wouldn't feel that way?
Mostly just my paradigm and how I look at things and situations. Um, at that point in time, I was looking at things very selfishly, only looking at how it's going to affect me in the immediate time. I wasn't looking at the long term. Where now I take a lot more time to find a win-win. I guess I could say, to find something that's a better situation out of every situation instead of just, I've also learned how to get control of my anxiety, which is something I suffered with a lot growing up through my whole life. And I've gotten a lot better control of that.
How have you gotten better control of that? Is that through meds or?
I started out with medication, and that's how I realized that there was a problem. And then through therapy, when I addressed in therapy that I had a problem with that, and I actually identified what the actual problem was, then the therapist was actually able to help me when they saw what my actual problem was. In a lot of situations like that, when I was put on the spot, I'd suffer so much anxiety that I wasn't really thinking clearly, and I'd just shut down, and then I'd become very selfish and defensive and frustrated. And I use this to justify being able to act out and do things I wanted to do anyway, apparently.
I really appreciate your candor and your self analysis, your understanding of some of these issues. I think that's really important to becoming rehabilitated. Do you feel that way?
Yes, I feel like I'm a lot better and how I address things and how I see other people, and I take more time to understand other people instead of just reacting.
What allows you to be improved? Do you think it was the classes that you took? What the prison experience?
I honestly think it was just the fact that my family has stepped back and I haven't talked to them in 9 years, and now I don't have anybody else to really blame for anything, I guess you could say. And so since I have to take credit for my own actions 100%, it's forced me to be more responsible.
Okay, we only have about 5 more minutes, and I want to give you the last word, but I wanted to address, you said a lot of really, I think, important things. But I did have some concerns as well about the psychological review. Did you get a chance to look at that?
I have not.
Oh, you haven't seen the psychological review?
No, I have not.
That should have been in your disclosure packet.
I got the disclosure packet before I took the interview. He said he was gonna get it to me, but he just didn't have time to get it there apparently, because it was only a week ago.
Okay. So, well, it's important for you to review that because I want you to be able to address some of those things. Would you like to continue this hearing so that you can review that, or should we just proceed with the hearing today?
I would like to proceed.
Okay. Well, I do want you, when you get a chance, that you review that. And I'll give you an opportunity to respond a little bit here. So, the evaluator identified a few concerns that seem to have been presented during the evaluation. In the first place, the evaluator said that you provided, they were concerned that you provided some slightly inconsistent details about the offenses compared to past information that you provided. During the present evaluation, he was also very evasive in discussing whether or not he had other past victims that were minors. Eventually, he reported that he had not, and this is in contrast to his own verbal statement in the Board of Pardon hearing in 2010, when he acknowledged sexual abuse of a 5-year-old when he was approximately 19 years of age. Could you go ahead and explain that discrepancy between what you told the evaluator and what you said in a prior board hearing?
There's two problems I had with that. One of them, they woke me up like out of a dead sleep. And then he interviewed me. I'd even addressed to him ahead of time that I wasn't fully awake and I wasn't even all the way there. So I was having a difficult time with some of my memories. And the second thing is I was assuming that he was talking about new victims, not something I'd already addressed in the previous time.
Okay. So do you acknowledge that you abused a 5-year-old when you were about 19?
Yes.
Okay, it also says that in the present evaluation, so when he was evaluating there, you reported that you were attracted to only women from about 15 years of age or older than yourself. But in prior Board of Pardon hearings, you admitted to being attracted to females from 3 years of age to any age. Could you explain that discrepancy? Was that the same thing?
That's absolutely true. When I was younger, I was attracted to younger females, and I don't feel like I am anymore.
Why would you, what changed? Do you feel that you no longer have that attraction to little children?
My goals.
Your goals?
My goals, yes.
What are your goals?
To create a healthy life. Maybe at some point marry again. But other than that, that would be somewhere down the road. But before all that, I see a lot of things I need to do. I need to get a house, create a good living, have a good job. I want to go back to college. So I have a lot of aspirations that are going to be time consuming, and I just don't have time for childish things. Plus, whenever I hang out with teenagers and younger children, I think I have a tendency to act like them. So acknowledging that allows me to know that I don't want to be around that environment, because I want to be around people I want to be more like. And so I want to be around successful people that are living the life I want to live.
The last thing I want to talk about is the recommendations here from the evaluator. And the evaluator says, given his history of offenses and his responses in the present evaluation, further sex offender treatment appears warranted. So would you be willing, if you were paroled, to do continued aftercare for sex offense treatment in the community?
Absolutely.
And do you feel that that's been helpful for you to get treatment in that way?
Sometimes I feel like it sets me back. In some ways it does help. So, I mean,
How does it set you back?
I guess it would really depend on if I get a therapist that actually is in it to help me and not just in it to get a paycheck. I've had previous therapists that were actually destructive to me and actually made me more self-conscious, caused me to feed into my fears and anxiety even more. But if I find a therapist that is actually willing to help me with my problems and actually help me become a better person, I think I could gain from it.
I'm sorry, I'm just taking a second to write some
And
of what you said.
therapy on the streets is very expensive.
Yeah.
So that's another major concern is I'm not sure how long it's gonna be before I can get a job that's gonna be, help me to, pay for that comfortably, so I can live and go to therapy and not, suffer.
You also completed the MRT program, your sex offense treatment program. And I will note that you've, remained disciplinary free, which is what we had wanted from you as well. I'm gonna have to write up all these notes and take a vote to the rest of the board. You should have, a response in the next 2 weeks or so, okay? Do you have anything else that you would like to make the board aware of?
Um, guess the only things that I would bring up is, the last time I came to the board, I do remember you guys saying that you were not gonna ask any more therapy of me. I do understand the concern of the psychological, and you guys might wanna ask me to do it because of that. And the second thing is that you guys did say that the only thing that you requested of me was that I, like you said, stayed, free of any problems. And that I was mostly, doing another year because of the fact that you guys wanted me to get closer to my expiration date. And so I was kind of curious if that's still the case.
Well, so my notes indicate that um, they wanted, let's see here. We wanted a psychological review with an updated institutional progress report and the risk level. I mean, that's what we're looking at. We have to look to see what sort of risk you are to the public.
Absolutely.
So that's what we were wanting to see. And I mean, we want to see your risk continue to reduce, continue to remain disciplinary free, and continue to take classes that will help you in those areas. And you have done well in those, I will note, okay?
Yep. Thank you.
All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and terminate this hearing then. Thank you, Mr. Cash.
Thank you.
Good luck, sir. This is the date and time set for a rehearing for Stephen Flandro, vendor number 21036. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good
My
morning.
name's Dan Bakavoy. I'm a member of the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I've been assigned to conduct your hearing today. It looks like we have your family here, your father and your fiance. And we also have at least one victim online. Is that correct?
Both victims are here.
Okay, both of the victims. And it was my understanding that one of you wanted to speak. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
And I have submitted a written thing.
Okay. I was able to review that as well. And so let's go ahead. I'll need to be taking testimony today. And so let me start with you, Mr. Flandro. Would you go ahead and raise your right hand, please? Do you promise that the testimony you give today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. And then which of the victims would like to speak today?
Shallon.
Okay. And I can't see you, but would you go ahead and raise your right hand and I'll swear you in as well? Because
Yeah.
I'm going to allow you about 5 minutes to address. We have 20 minutes total for this hearing, and we'll give you about 5 minutes. So do you have your right hand raised?
Yes, sir.
Do you promise that the testimony you give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And you could put your hand down. Mr. Flandro, did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you receive your blue disclosure packet of information?
I did.
Did that look accurate, or is there anything you needed to change?
Yes, it looks accurate.
Okay. We're here on, you had 2 counts of sexual abuse of a child. Those were both felony 2s. One of those has expired. They were consecutive. And the other one expires in October of 29. Just a quick procedural posture. We were here for an original hearing in 2006. They set this for a rehearing in 2011. And then at that time, they said they were going to set it out for 2026. But in 2017, they reset it 2 years earlier for today's date, October 24th. The board had wanted you to complete sex offense treatment program, which you have done. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I want to talk a little bit. I'm not going to go into too much detail on the crimes themselves. That has already been done in the original hearing. I do want to just briefly discuss the criminal history, what you have learned so far, especially through sex offense treatment program. We'll want to talk about the updated institutional progress report and the LSR&R. And then we'll go ahead and let the victim speak, and then I'll give you the last word, okay?
Okay.
So in 1984, you were convicted of forcible sexual abuse of a child. And then again in 1998 for these charges that we're looking at today. What drove you to that behavior, and especially that behavior in 1998 after you had already been convicted?
I have learned that I never controlled my sexual urges, my sexual drive. I had an extreme lack of empathy, and my drug of choice, I look at it as I look at the past as sex was my addiction, and it didn't matter to me how I got it. I chose to abuse the innocent, the people that I thought I could get away with it with. With these victims, I have a very hard time with myself because they were friends of the family. And I took advantage of that. They were a very good family. And I manipulated and groomed them to get what I wanted for my own satisfaction. No excuse for my actions, none whatsoever. I'm seeking the help. I'm striving to try to forgive myself, but that is one of my struggles right now.
What have you learned from your experiences that would change your behavior if you were paroled?
Oh, my head is just full of it. I've talked to my therapist a lot about this and in groups. I have truly looked at the big picture. Before, everything I did was an impulse. I did not use self-control strategies. I believe had insecurity issues, self-esteem issues as well, but cannot hold those as to why I did what I did. I don't accept it. I believe that the therapy has helped. I've learned about impulse control, what my fetishes were, what my triggers were and are and could be. I've learned about high-risk situations and scenarios that I always put myself in. But the biggest thing I lacked that I've learned a lot of is victim empathy. and have an empathy for other people, which I just didn't have. Everything was about me. As I stop now, one of my best preventive actions, as I think about all the thinking errors, I had every one of them, and probably some new ones that they've never heard of. But I had such an interest in it that I actually taught a lot of those classes that the Department of Corrections offered when I was in STRIVE program. I taught those classes and stuff because I wanted to know more about even myself and why I could do such a thing that I did. I stop now and I think of the ripple effect that it has, the consequences that it can cause. And there's been several people affected by this on both sides. It's immense. And I never want to do that again. I never want to hurt anybody again. If anything, I'm looking forward to doing some volunteering with some of, like ISAT or some of the groups that I've talked to my therapist about that could use some help from somebody that's been down for as long as I have, who has perpetrated as long as I have, who has had the addiction that I've had, and think that it could help a lot of people.
You mentioned you learned about what your triggers were, are, and could be. What are your triggers?
The biggest thing I felt that I had in my life was I chose to ignore the addiction that I had and the impulses. I did not stay true to my values and how I was raised. I've learned that that is a must, that it's something, and over the past several years, I have learned that I can't do it without the good support that I have and being with good people and hanging out with the right environment and just making sure I'm not in places where I shouldn't be or thinking of things I shouldn't be. No pornography, going to bars or strip clubs or prostitutes or anything else that might be a trigger for me to reoffend again. And just really, I just really feel like now I've got it together. And the biggest thing that helps me is thinking of the ripple effect and how much damage I've caused.
I mean, your victims in these cases were 5 and 6 years old. Are you still attracted to young children?
I don't believe that that is true. I believe that the part that hurt me the most was the innocence, is what I think attracted me. The thinking I could get away with it and that nothing would be found of it or said. And that's definitely just not true whatsoever. Because I'm glad that it was brought out and that Sharon Shallon brought it forward. And prison has been good for me. I deserve to be here for what I've done.
I want to just briefly, I got the discharge summary from Sex Offense Treatment Program and just briefly go over that. It says that you took full responsibility and accountability for his past offenses. Do you believe that's accurate?
100%.
It said you actively participated in group sessions. You demonstrated meaningful growth. It says your attitude was positive and attentive. It says in the beginning of treatment, you had a hard time completing the assignments with specific social skills. However, he sought assistance and completed all the assignments and requirements, and you were receptive to feedback. Do you believe that's accurate?
Yes.
And okay, and it puts you at average risk to reoffend. Okay. You also got a degree from Snow College. Tell me about that.
I went to Snow College. I got 2 of them. I finished my associates of applied science in building construction and business management. Graduated in '09, started in '06, and became a tutor up there, lead man for Snow College. And then I did culinary arts and graduated from that program in about, I think, 2023 or 2022, I don't remember, but it wasn't too long ago. And then this program as well.
All right, thank you. I'm going to now let the victim go ahead and speak. And could you please talk to me then? And whatever you feel like saying, please let us know.
Okay, great. Thank you. To whom it may concern, I am here today as one of many of Mr. Flandro's victims, in particular a victim of this specific case, to plead with the parole board to decline Mr. Flandro's request for parole. At the age of 5, my life was forever altered. I would like to repeat, at the age of 5. I was raped by Mr. Flandro starting at the age of 5 for many years. I will spare both you and I grim details. My innocence was stolen, robbed, and my childhood plagued with darkness, fear, guilt, shame, and sex. Between the ages of 5 to 8, I was not living a carefree childhood. I was talking to the baby I was sure was in my belly, promising that I would love it, protect it, and that I wouldn't let anyone hate it or hurt it. I clearly didn't understand how pregnancy worked. Once again, I was 5. And I was too embarrassed, ashamed, and terrified to ask questions because I couldn't let anyone know what was happening out of fear. Fear for myself, fear for my family. I was riddled with guilt, constantly asking God for forgiveness, but I had no choice. My home, my neighborhood, even my church were no longer places of peace, refuge, or safety. They were places I was violated on a continual basis. Childhood toys like Barbies and dolls were sexualized, their simple joys tainted. The actions and activities I was forced to do were repulsive and unimaginable. My next chapter in childhood was plagued with having to recall, recount, and tell strangers in explicit detail every instance I could recall in order for Mr. Flandro to be held accountable. I spent my childhood, my youth, actively being raped or reliving it over and over and over again. As I'm sure you are aware, it is no walk in the park for a case to go to trial. As I said, I had to tell strangers over and over and over all the things that had happened to me, all that I was forced to do. There were caseworkers, policemen, the Justice Center, therapists, lawyers. Then there were lineups, then pre-trial, many more strangers, and then trial. Not only was my childhood stolen from me, but the gift and joy the gift and joy and innocence robbed. An entire young family's life was turned upside down. My life did not just go back to normal after Mr. Flandro was convicted. My innocence was not returned. My childhood not restored. I was served a life sentence. I do not have the luxury of applying for parole or getting an early release. I have had to learn to live and function with this life-altering trauma. It is not a program you complete. It is an ongoing process, a life sentence. Here, right now, this is not what I want to be doing today, pleading to have a rapist serve his full sentence, which was already significantly reduced due to a plea deal, one that was only taken to avoid a mistrial because the judge of the case made a comment about being absolutely appalled at the closing of the trial. I stand here today not solely for me. I was already served a life sentence, one I did not choose and did not deserve. I can't get my innocence, a carefree childhood back. I stand here also for the multitudes of Mr. Flandro's other victims which never got to see any justice. whose stories were buried, whose cases were dropped due to the witnesses being too young to have credible testimony accounts and statements. This is not the first case he was charged with. It's just the first case he couldn't bury or buy his way out of. I must be honest, in the last parole hearing, I was beyond shocked to learn that Mr. Flandro, while in prison, was able to meet and then marry someone, gaining possible access to conjugal visits. I was also very shaken up to realize the stranger in the bathroom that day was not exactly a stranger, she was his wife, but I digress. And now today I hear that he has a fiance. How can a sexual predator work on healing and overcoming his sexual addiction while simultaneously feeding it? In every previous parole request, Mr. Flandro has shown an inability to accept accountability for his actions and lacked remorse. I am assuming we will hear from someone today regarding his current or recent therapeutic programs. You did go over that a little bit. And I just want to point out that it was noted that he struggled in the beginning, and hearing that he is at average risk of reoffending is certainly not comforting. While I pray that he has been able to finally show proper remorse, take full accountability, and overcome and heal his predatory sexual addiction, I would like to once again remind you all that I and all his other victims do not have the luxury of applying for parole. I stand here today for not only myself, but for your daughters, your granddaughters, your sisters, your nieces, your loved ones, your friends, your neighbors, our neighbors, and I ask that Mr. Flandro's application for parole be denied. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your words. The research does show that victims of sexual abuse especially will live with that their whole lives. I'm very sorry this has happened to you, and I hope you've learned to find better peace.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Flandro, is there anything you would like to address to your victims here?
No, I just know that there's been a lot of causes for distress in the whole family on both sides, but mostly theirs. I learned that she was very ill, and I'm glad that she has recovered from that. I felt like I could have been and was a part of that years ago. Everything that I feel good about is that the only way things are going to be able to be proved is by actions. Therapy can either work or it can't. For me, at this point, it has worked. It has brought out issues that I could have never addressed or even been aware of had I not had this program and the years involved with having time to think about it. I too wish my victims luck and blessings. I truly do, and pray that they can work through that.
Okay. So one of the things that we have to consider as a board is public safety. And that's our number one priority, is to keep the public safe. You're set for, this would terminate, and I can't make a decision, right? I'm only
Right.
one board member.
Right.
But the decision that the board needs to look at is public safety and how to manage that best. And that could either be keeping you until you terminate or to release you to parole to continue treatment in the community and to be supervised in the community and to see how you act while under supervision. Do you feel that you are safe in the community?
I absolutely do, and I absolutely look forward to having that opportunity if it arises, as well as my follow-up therapy that I have lined up, which is pretty stringent. And I have great support. I have everything lined up that I need to succeed. And I plan on the worst, hope for the best. I'm very real, I'm transparent, I'm very assertive and proactive, and know that I could do parole. And a lot of what I have and a lot of the things that I've answered that for the board would be in my board packet. And I encourage the board, please, to read the letters and the support and the packet that I have filled out, because that, including my readiness statement, things that were specifically for the board's use.
I appreciate your comments, and I have been able to review those letters, but I will go and review them again and further review the sex offender treatment memo that we received. I'll take all these notes, take all this into consideration, and then come up with one vote, and then two other members of the board would have to agree with that. We need to have a majority decide what to do. And you should hear in about 2 weeks or so. And that'll be published for everybody, but the victims can see that online as well. Is there any last thing you would like to address
No,
the board?
understood. I appreciate your time and getting this done and being here.
Okay, well, thank you, and we'll go ahead and conclude today's hearing.
Thank you.
Hearing for Amos Lucero, vendor number 172855. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Good morning. My name's Dan Bakavoy. I'm a member of the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I've been assigned to conduct your hearing today. I'll need to go ahead and take testimony from you today, so could you please raise your right hand? Do you promise that the testimony you give today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Looks like we have your father here. Thank you for coming, sir. Mr. Lucero, did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes, sir.
And did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, sir.
Did that look okay, or was anything you need to change?
Everything was fine.
Okay. Just as far as the procedural posture here today, you had a rehearing in August of 2022, and then they set that another rehearing for today, for October of 2024, with an updated, we wanted a sex offense treatment program memo, an updated institutional progress report, and a risk level update. And we expected you to complete sex offender treatment program. Looks like you started that. You started the pre-program.
Yeah, I'm waiting to get into court right now. I'm in the green building, the TC
Okay,
environment, and I've been there for a year.
okay. And you haven't had a new disciplinary over the last year, I saw. So how are things going in green?
Pretty good. I've been changing a lot.
Tell me about that. How so?
I've been going to church. I've been doing any programming that's not asked of me to be doing. I've been cognitive thinking, relationship skills, anger management, things that I know that I have to work on. And I've been doing vocational training, VTs. I've been doing CNC machinist.
Yeah, tell me, I mean, with your history, you have an attempted aggravated assault. This goes back pretty far. So that was 2006. And then in 2010, assault by a prisoner. And then you have two charges of sexual abuse of a child. Tell me what you're learning about anger management. It seems like you've had an issue
So,
with that.
I've been fighting with myself with that, and I don't know, I just used to walk around always mad, and I've only expressed myself in anger. So now I've been dealing with my emotions a lot better. And that's why every time there's an anger management class, I take it, because I will always learn something new. I've taken it many times and I've learned how to control it.
How do you control it? What did you learn?
Well, like if I feel some type of way, I try to communicate to the person. And if it gets out of hand, I usually step away from the situation to calm down and then address the issue later if it is. And there's no end result where I have to put my hands on anybody anymore. So I learned how to breathe, meditate. I just take myself out of situations where I don't need to be involved if it ain't that really big of an issue.
That's good. You've taken a lot of classes, haven't you, on anger management, just cognitive life skills. We look at your institutional behavior. You started out in 2013 having a lot of discipline problems. Assault in 13 and 2015 assault. Three instances of assault in 2015. In 2017, fighting, horseplay. You had a disorderly in 23, so you went several years, and then in 23 it says disorderly conduct, reckless endangerment. What did you do there? It says
I just found out that my aunt died and I was in Antelope and I pushed the button to talk to mental health and they ignored me for 20 minutes, I threw a piece of ice at the bubble to get their attention and I got written up for that.
okay. It does look like the last fighting assault was in 2017. And I mean, that's disorderly conduct in 23, but it's been at least a year and a half, it seems like, since you've had any major disciplinary convictions. So do you feel like those classes have helped? Is that what has led you?
I think it was just the classes and that my choice to change my behavior.
Well, it does seem like, I mean, proof is in the pudding, so they say. And you have been better over the last year or so. Let's see. Did you have a chance to review the sex offense assessment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It puts you still at above average risk. By taking the sex offender treatment program, you should reduce your risk. And that's what we're really looking for. So we want to make sure that that's reduced. So taking that really will be essential for you. Is that your plan?
Yes, I already planned on it even before the board to finish what I started. Is to complete the program.
Okay, yeah, I mean, that's really what we want to see. And so the question will be, should that be in the community or should that, should you finish it here? What are your thoughts?
All I want is a chance and a hard date to look forward to.
Do you feel like you're ready to get out?
Yeah,
Why?
I missed out on life by making these mistakes. I can't change the past. All I can change is my behavior.
Well, thank you. Thank you for those words. We're about out of time for today's hearing. Is there anything else you would like the board to know?
All I would like is a chance to prove myself that I can make it out in the world.
Thank you again. And so I'm going to go ahead and review all these notes again. I've read through the packet. I'll review these notes and make a vote. And then you need to have a majority decide. So 2 other board members need to decide what to do. And like I said, the question will be whether we should parole you right now or have you do the offender treatment program. I probably want you to complete it before you get out, given that you've been, your risk level is still pretty high. So probably want you to complete that, and that takes about a year. But we'll review that and make a decision, okay?
Yes, sir.
And you've been doing really well, and keep that up. We want you to continue to be discipline free and continue to make progress like you have, okay?
Sir.
All right, thank you for your time, and we'll go ahead and conclude today's hearing.
A rehearing on Javier Hernandez, 232-873.
Estamos aquí para discutir el caso de Javier Hernández, número 232873.
Okay.
Is that you?
¿Es usted, señor?
Sí, señor.
All right, I'm going to begin by swearing in the interpreter. Would you raise your right hand and be sworn?
Vamos a hacer jurar al intérprete primero, levantando la mano derecha. Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth or to accurately translate from the Spanish to the English and English to Spanish during the course of this hearing?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. You can put your hand down. My name is Bradley Rich. I'm a member of the Board of Pardons Pro Tem.
Soy el señor Rich, miembro de la Junta de Indultos del Estado de Utah.
And I will be conducting a hearing here today. And since I'm going to be taking testimony from you, let me ask you to raise your right hand to be sworn.
Quiero que sepa que yo voy a estar conduciendo esta audiencia hoy día, por lo tanto también necesito que usted haga el juramento. Levantando la mano derecha, por favor.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth during the course of this hearing?
¿Jura usted decir la verdad, solamente la verdad? Hoy día.
Sí.
I neglected to get the name of the interpreter. Would you put that on the record for us?
José Roberto Alarcón.
Thank you. Mr. Hernandez, have you received 7 days' notice of this hearing and a blue packet containing the information we'll be going over?
Señor Hernández, usted recibió un paquete azul, 7 días, con 7 días de anticipación donde se establece su caso.
Okay.
Lo recibió.
Sí.
And
He
have,
received it.
I'm sorry.
He received it. Yeah.
And have you had the ability to have that interpreted from the English?
¿Y tuvo la oportunidad de leerlo o está en español o en inglés?
Está en inglés y lo leí unos poquito.
It is in English, but I read it somehow.
All right. So you have any objections, corrections, or concerns to that material?
¿Hay alguna objeción, correcciones o algo que debería cambiarse
No,
a ese material?
todo es okay.
Everything is fine.
All right. I want to recognize the appearance in person here today of Martha Hernandez, your daughter, and Alejandra Huerta Hernandez, your
Quiero-
granddaughter.
Quiero reconocer la
Ah.
presencia de la señora Hernández acá y de su hija.
You know that the
la
rules
señora
don't allow you to
Plasencia.
speak,
No pueden hablar, son las reglas de la audiencia.
but your appearance here today is in support of Mr. Hernandez speaks volumes itself.
Pero el que hayan comparecido hoy día significa mucho para mí, significa que tiene la importancia de vida.
Mr. Hernandez, let me tell you where I think we stand and give you a list of the things that I hope we can straighten out here today.
Señora Hernández, permítame declarar algunas cosas y para ver a qué punto vamos a llegar hoy día en cuanto a su situación.
And then I want to hear from you, both in response to my questions and anything else you think the board ought to consider in making a decision.
Y quiero que conteste mis preguntas y cualquier otra observación que la Junta de Indultos tendrá la posibilidad también de examinar y evaluar.
All right, you are here on a total of 5 sexual abuse of a child charges.
Tiene usted 5 cargos de abuso sexual de un menor.
You have a maximum expiration date of February 7th, 2092.
La expiración de su caso es el febrero de 2000, 90,
22, sí.
del año 2092.
And you have a guideline of 104 months.
Tiene una guía de 140 meses,
Which would put you a guideline date of October 7th, 2025.
y esto le pondría a usted en esta guía para el año 2025.
You have had a recent positive test for the controlled substance fentanyl from April of this year.
¿Le hicieron un control de la droga fentanil en abril de este año?
Sí,
And you haven't been able to complete a sex offender treatment program.
Usted no ha terminado todavía el programa de los delincuentes sexuales hasta ahora, ¿no?
ujú.
But the recommendation is that you will be allowed to continue to get that treatment on parole outside of the prison.
La recomendación es que si es que a usted se le concede la libertad condicional, usted podrá seguir haciendo ese curso fuera de la cárcel.
Need to answer out loud so we get it on the record.
Tiene que darme una respuesta en voz alta.
Sí, está bien, de acuerdo.
It is fine. I agree.
I am interested in a couple of things.
Estoy interesado en 2 cosas.
I've read your letter to the board and know that what you intend to do is
Yo leí la carta que usted le mandó a la Junta de Indultos y lo que pretende hacer
to live with your wife in Juarez, Mexico.
para vivir con su esposa en la ciudad de Juárez, México.
And I guess one of the things we need to sort out is how you would get to Mexico.
Una de las cosas que necesitamos más o menos averiguar es cómo lo va a hacer para llegar a México usted.
If you are paroled, you will need an address in Utah.
Si es que se le da una libertad condicional, necesitará una dirección de acá de Utah.
Do you have a place to stay here?
¿Tiene un lugar donde permanecer acá o vivir acá en Utah? ¿Un domicilio?
No, bueno, en principio, yo no soy norteamericano, ni ciudadano, ni nada. Yo soy 100% mexicano.
I'm 100% Mexican citizen. I don't have any citizenship of this country at all.
And I don't want to ask you to say what your status is here, whether you're legal, whether you have documents or whether you don't.
No tiene que decirme si usted es la condición suya acá en cuanto a la legalidad. No tiene que decirme eso, si
But
su
so-
condición.
All right. But so far as I know, there isn't an immigration detainer against you.
Y por lo que yo sé, no hay una detención pendiente de parte de inmigración en contra de usted. No hay.
Is there a detainer or not?
¿Hay alguna detención que usted sepa de parte de inmigración en contra de usted?
No. Yo entré a Estados Unidos por medio de mi visa láser.
I came here I entered the United States through a program with the visa license,
Ya, el visa del pasaporte.
a visa issued to you in your passport.
Mhm. And maybe you don't know what will happen next, but I'm trying to figure out what will happen when you're released.
Y yo no sé si usted sabe realmente lo que va a pasar, pero por eso es que yo tengo la pregunta, la duda, ¿qué va a pasar cuando le dejemos libre con usted?
And I guess there's no way to know. You have any idea what you're going to do when you're released?
Pienso que en este momento no sabemos la respuesta a esa pregunta, pero ¿usted tiene claro lo que va a hacer cuando le dejen libre?
Pues primeramente estar con mi familia, con mi esposa.
I want to be with my wife, especially.
And will you be able to get a treatment program there?
¿Será posible que siga usted con su tratamiento allá donde va a ir?
Eso es lo que más le he hablado con mi esposa y decirle que estoy dispuesto yo a tener una terapia antes de para recuperar,
I've talked to my
no,
wife.
aunque
I've
no
talked to my
creo,
wife.
para recuperar la confianza.
I've talked to my wife and I tell her that I'm willing to go on a therapy program so I can again recover her trust on me.
Yeah. Well, you've been charged with 5 counts of sexual abuse of a child.
En este minuto usted tiene 5 cargos en contra de cargos sexuales en contra de un niño.
Why do you think you did that?
¿Por qué piensa usted que hizo eso?
Por un momentos de, no sé, de no medir las consecuencias.
It was a moment where I never took conscience of the consequences of it.
Were controlled substances or alcohol involved in that?
¿Hubieron algún otro tipo de sustancia, por ejemplo, alcohol también que hubiera estado involucrado en esta situación?
Ningún tipo de droga.
No. No, any other type of drugs? No, not at all.
You don't think you have a drug or alcohol problem?
¿No tienen problema de alcoholismo y problema de drogas?
No.
I don't.
Do you have what have you been doing while you've been in the prison?
¿Qué ha estado haciendo mientras ha estado aquí en la prisión?
Bueno, primeramente hice unos skills, en la escuela. He estado asistiendo a varias escuelas de inglés, en iglesia y trabajando.
I've been through a program of developing skills. I have been learning English and I've been working. So he has been involved in several things that the prison has offered him.
It looks to me like you completed a high school degree. Congratulations.
¿Verdad que completó usted su licencia de la escuela preparatoria?
No,
No, I didn't.
That one's correct?
no.
No.
All right. You did some programming in Hispanic culture and in anger management.
Sin embargo, tomó una clase de cultura hispana y también manejo de la rabia, del enojo.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And what did you learn from those programs?
¿Y qué aprendió acerca de esos programas?
O sea, a no cometer, enojarme.
I learned to control my rage,
Controlar.
my temper.
And I'm sure that that in the future, you're going to have some sort of problems. What are you going to do to guarantee that you don't violate the law or lose your temper?
En el futuro, seguramente se presentarán situaciones donde usted tendrá la oportunidad de enojarse otra vez. ¿Qué va a hacer para controlarse en cuanto a eso?
No, pues a tratar de controlarme yo mismo.
I'll try to control myself.
All right, you've answered all my questions.
Usted ha contestado todas mis preguntas.
Is there anything else that you think the board ought to consider in determining your release date?
¿Hay alguna otra cosa que la Junta debería saber y considerar antes de que ellos emitan el juicio final, digamos?
No, yo estoy en la decisión que tomen ellos. Voy a estarla sin ningún rencor.
I'm up to their decision. I'm very willing to do whatever they say. There will be no anger on my part, no regrets.
Well, I think we're probably going to have make some arrangements I anticipate you'll be released on parole.
Yo creo que a usted lo van a dejar libre en libertad condicional.
And we may need to make some arrangements for you to have a place to go before you can
Pero
be able
sí,
to be released to Mexico.
pero sí necesitamos saber y hacer algunos arreglos y dónde va usted ir, dónde va a ir usted antes de que vaya a México.
But I'm going to leave that to be arranged by the parole office.
Pero se lo voy a dejar eso al oficial que va a trabajar con usted, al oficial que le va a dar la libertad condicional.
Okay.
Well, you're just a year away from your guideline.
Está a un año de distancia de cuando esto suceda.
And right now you've done well in prison.
Hasta ahora, lo que veo, usted lo ha hecho bien aquí en la prisión.
I can't predict what the board will do,
No puedo predecir lo que la Junta hará,
but it appears to me that there's nothing to justify holding you beyond that guideline date.
pero pienso que no hay ninguna otra cosa que, digamos, que esté consecuente en cuanto a que usted lo mantengan después de esa fecha que hablamos.
Okay.
And you're really in a position where you've done pretty well in prison. You need to continue to do that.
Usted lo ha hecho bien en la prisión. Queremos que continúe en ese mismo camino.
Okay.
Right. Anything else you'd like to tell the board?
¿Algo más que a usted le gustaría decirle a la Junta?
No, pues nomás
All right.
siento por haber cometido ese error y
I'm just very sorry to have made that mistake.
The board will I will make a report and recommendation to the other members of the board.
Yo escribiré un informe a la Junta y se lo enviaré a la Junta misma.
And then you will receive notice in writing.
Entonces usted recibirá una respuesta por escrito.
okay.
If you have family members who have access to the board's website, they may be able to find that decision out earlier.
Que tiene algún familiar que tenga acceso a la red que se llama la web, o la red de la internet de la Junta,
Yeah.
ellos tendrán acceso a leer, digamos, los resultados de eso.
All right, with that, we'll conclude the hearing. The officer may allow you to remain seated and turn around and say hello to your family.
Con esto estamos concluyendo esta audiencia. El oficial le permitirá a usted que se dé vuelta y hable con sus familiares que están acá.
Okay. Thank you.
Here on the record, this is the time and place set for a original hearing on Michael Martinez, 183167. Is that you?
Yes.
My name is Bradley Rich. I'm going to be conducting a hearing here today, making a recommendation to the other board members. And then when the majority of the board arrives at a decision, you will be notified of that in writing. And since I'm going to be taking testimony from you here today, let me ask you to raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth during the course of this hearing?
Yes.
And have you received 7 days' notice of this hearing and a blue packet that contains the information we'll be going over?
Yes.
And do you have any objections, corrections, or concerns to that material?
No.
All right, let me tell you where I think we stand and some of the issues that I've identified here. And then I want to hear from you both in response to the issues that I will raise shortly, and then anything else you think that the board ought to be ought to consider in making a decision about your release. You're in on 2 third-degree felonies, theft by receiving and receiving or transferring a stolen vehicle. You have a maximum expiration date of November 3rd, 2028. You have a guideline of 13 months, which is passed. That was April of 2024. That guideline was shortened by the fact that you had 501 days credit for time served. This is your first incarceration, and you're really in a position where it appears to me that we've got several issues we need to deal with. One is that there's a pending disciplinary for positive for a controlled substance. I'm not going to require you to answer that, since I think that's still pending, but I'd love to know what the status of that is. You have a history of gang membership. It appears to me that you've got a substance abuse problem. I'm hoping that you will be able to flesh out what your intention, what you see the issues as being, and what you intend to do when you get out. You have a variety of things in your background. Of course, these cases arrive out of a 2017 case involving an accident, and then a 2021 case where they stop your vehicle and identify the vehicle as being stolen. I guess there's a part of me that I'm hoping you can clarify what it is that brought you to that kind of criminal activity, and whether you see it as having any connection to substance abuse issues.
Well, so with that case, I was just recently got out of treatment. I was in Odyssey House and I completed it, and I ended up going to sober living. Well, I needed to go pick up my belongings from Odyssey House, and it was for me, it was mainly not miscommunication, but a misjudgment. Somebody told me I could borrow their vehicle to go get my stuff from the treatment. And I should have just, because I don't have a license, I didn't have a license. So I should have just not did that in the first place. You know, I should have just jumped on the bus and went and got my stuff. So for me, I just was a misjudgment of character for that person. And turns out the car was stolen.
Mhm.
It wasn't their car, like they said it was.
So you loaned you were loaned the car, but the person who loaned it to you was not the owner. Is that true?
Yes.
And tell me about your history with substance abuse issues. I know you completed the Odyssey House program. And in fairness, the most recent conviction doesn't appear to involve the consumption of controlled substances. How do you see the controlled substances issues in your life?
So for a couple years back, it was really, really bad. And I feel like since I've completed the program and gone through sober living and all this other programs and graduated them, it's actually declined more than what it was. And little by little, it's getting a little bit better, you know.
What about your release plans? What do you intend to do when you get out?
So my release plan, I plan to get a job, probably go some type of treatment if possible, so that way I can stay sober, and so have some type of structure a little bit. I plan to go live with my daughter or my cousin. I'm not sure exactly which one yet.
You live with you, I may have missed that. You're going to live with your daughter?
Or my cousin, one of them.
Cousin, possibly.
Yeah, and just mainly get a job and try to stay busy.
Where do you think you can get a job in?
I usually do construction or labor type of work, warehouse work,
Mm-hmm.
stuff like that. I also want to try to get my high school diploma or GED. I know I'm not behind very many credits on it, and I would like to try to do that also.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of my goals.
Yeah, have you explored any particular program?
At the moment, no. A couple years back, I know I was Granite Peaks.
Mhm.
I was supposed to go to Granite Peaks or sign up for them. Just, I think Horizonte had a GED program there also.
What about the issue involving the membership in the Serenos? Are you still active as a gang member?
Yes. Yeah.
And do you intend to continue that?
Well, no, not as, you know, now that I'm getting older, it was mainly when I was younger. And I just I'm a grandpa now. I have 3 kids. It's time for me to grow up a little bit, you know? So,
Mm-hmm. Well, I assume that the board may well impose what we call gang special conditions, which would require you to stay away from gang members and do you think you can do that if you're placed on parole with that kind of restriction?
if need be.
Okay. Well, you know, in fairness, while I cannot condone gang activity, it does not appear to me that either of your convictions relate to gang activity. Is that a fair judgment?
Yes.
Anything else you think that the board ought to consider?
I just that I know I have my history is kind of long, my rap.
Yeah, it is indeed.
But I know it's taken a long time for me to learn, but I'm learning. And you know, it's just the older I get, I guess the smarter I'm getting. It's just taking me some time. And I do want to do good. I'm trying to do my best. Usually I know in my last couple of times I would run and I wouldn't do any programs and I wouldn't do anything. But this time around on probation, I did the classes, I did the groups, I did everything I was asked, you know. I was actually trying to make a difference in myself and show everybody that I'm trying, you know.
Yeah. What about, what have you been up to in prison?
In prison,
Mm-hmm.
just mainly just
I can't find that you actually have done any programming or you have a job or anything else.
at the moment, no. I was in RNO for 2 months,
Mm-hmm.
and I just barely got in the population a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
So at the moment, I was going to try to maybe get into some type of education if
Yeah.
possible.
What kind of education are you thinking about?
My high school diploma or GED.
What about, you know, I guess there's some good and bad news. You got a 501 days credit for time served, but at the same time, it appears to me that 501 days is proof that you really couldn't follow through under supervision. Now, you've said something about the changes in your life, but how do you see your ability to conform your behavior to the requirements of the law if you're placed on parole?
Well, I feel like, well, I would like to go possibly to the halfway house for the beginning
Mhm.
And I always do really good with structure. So in the beginning or wherever like I may get placed at, I feel like I do really good under structure.
Mhm.
It's when I get let out in the community without structure or just on my own, because
Yeah.
they usually do, and I have no foundation or anything.
Yeah.
And so,
Well, you know, you had some problems on your probation, but at the same time, you did manage to complete a program.
yeah, I completed
And,
a couple of them.
so, I mean, there's some good and some bad news there. I'm trying to sort through that. And I mean, you know, you're, from my perspective, you're a young man, but at 37, it appears to me that you're at a point where the light ought to come on. And, this is your first trip to prison. I hope it's been a learning experience for you. But, you know, you got, I didn't even count the number of cases, but at least a dozen cases going back as far as 2007 or 2008. So, you know, you devoted your entire adult life, near as I can tell, to being involved in the criminal justice system.
Yeah,
Now, a lot of those are minor. I'll grant you that. They're misdemeanors, A and B misdemeanors. But you know, you've really, well, you've really managed to throw away a big chunk of your life. Problems in court.
yeah, that's what I was saying. It's taking me some time, but I'm learning.
right.
It's a little, you know, it's just taking me some time, but I am starting to realize that it's time to and choose a different path, you know,
Yeah.
go a different way. And I know I've spent a lot of time as in my adult and juvenile history
Oh, yeah.
in and out of jail or probation, and yeah, it's time to get it right,
Yeah.
you know. And
Well-
that's my goal here is
Yeah.
to do something
And,
different.
you know, you got some stuff, some really old stuff, violation of protective order, reckless endangerment, battery, violation of protective order sound like are kind of scary. They're all misdemeanors, but they indicate a propensity to violation of people's rights and violence.
Yeah,
In fairness, recently, you haven't had anything like that. You've had possessions, half a dozen of them. You had a DUI, and then you've got the two cases that bring you here. But, you know, there's nothing to, so maybe you're making progress. But
Little by
I
little.
had hoped that at some stage the light would come on for you. Why do you think it hasn't come on so far?
well, I just feel like it's been, like you said, I've kind of committed myself to this lifestyle, but now that I'm getting older and I got grandkids now, and I was there for my first granddaughter, but the second one I wasn't there for.
Mhm.
And the older I'm getting, ain't nothing changed. This is always going to be here. You know, this right here will always be here, and it's not going nowhere. But my life is going, and my kids are growing up, grandkids are growing up, and I'm missing out on a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
And for me, like I said, it's starting to click that it's time to do something different. You know.
Yeah.
So I was on probation in 2 different courtrooms, and I ended up getting terminated in one courtroom, and then this judge sent me here, terminated me on one of my cases.
Yeah.
But I have made a big difference on where I was in 2007 to now.
Yeah.
I was a person that didn't really care about a lot of stuff back then, and that throughout the years, I've starting to realize more that I need to care, and I was a totally different person back then. You know what I mean? And I'm starting to change my ways and the way I think and the way I act. And
Well, I assume that the board's going to give you an opportunity on parole. I mean, you're over your guidelines already. Your maximum expiration is 2028. You know, it's 3 years away and 4. So you're really in a position where you're, where if you can't put together a successful parole, and I think you're going to be given the opportunity for a parole in the not too distant future, if you can't follow through on that, you're gonna be back here and back here and back here, throwing away more of your life. So I hope that you've got a successful probation or parole in there somewhere. All right, anything else?
That's it.
All right, if there's nothing further, I will be writing a report, making a recommendation, and then you'll receive notice of the board's decision in the next few weeks. And I endeavor to get my report out quite quickly, and you should be able to hear shortly.
Okay,
All right,
thank you.
if there's nothing further, we'll conclude the hearing.
Thank you.
Is that you?
It is, sir.
Have you, my name is Bradley Rich, I'm a member of the Board of Pardons, and I'll be conducting a hearing here today, writing a report, and then the board will make a decision, and whenever a majority of the board reaches a decision, you'll receive notice in writing. Since I'm going to be taking testimony from you here today, let me ask you to raise your right hand and be sworn. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth during the course of this hearing?
You?
All right, thank you. Let me tell you where I think we stand. Then I want to hear from you both in response to the issues that I'm about to raise and then anything else you think the board ought to consider. This is an original hearing. You are here on a single charge for possession of a weapon by a restricted person. You have a maximum expiration date of August 13th, 2028, and you have a guideline of 12 months, which is passed. That would have been an August 13th, 2024 date, largely because you were granted 346 days credit for time served. I've got several issues that I'm interested in dealing with. One is how you see your substance abuse issues, how you see your mental health, and then what your plans are when you're released. So that's my wish list. I want to hear from you on anything around those issues or anything else you think the board ought to consider.
All right. As far as my substance abuse issues, they have clearly been affecting my life quite heavily. As far as my plans, my plan is to get into some sort of treatment program as soon as I get out and finish that. It's been the past 2 years have been quite, I would say, devastating because of issues with substance abuse and as well as mental health issues and trying to get on correct medications and things like that that would hopefully enable me to be successful. My plan as far as anything associated with my mental health issues is to, again, get into treatment, be speaking with therapists, as well as get on, make sure that I'm on the correct medications. I've talked to I believe it was the person who does my ASAM, and he recommended and agreed with me that as long as I'm able to get on those correct medications and no longer have a need for trying to self-medicate, that I would have success. And I've had success in the past doing that. But my issues were running into having a lack of medical insurance and things like that, coverage that would allow me to continue to have those medications and other things. My plan overall is to do everything I can to, as far as treatment is concerned, to finish that, to continue to heal my mindset. Over the past 8 or so months, I've really gotten deep into meditation and trying to work on developing further coping skills. It seems that my substance abuse issues end up rearing their head when things are extremely stressful. Originally, this in association with this charge, it was because, or at least associated with, having lost everything I owned in COVID. I lost my townhouse, my vehicles, my savings. I blew through that in about 3 months of just paying out all my bills. And I had been sober before that for about 3.5 years. And having lost everything, clearly I wasn't in a state of mind to make healthy decisions, I would say. And so I chose to numb the pain instead of, I suppose, doing the hard thing and working through those things. I've learned quite a bit over the past 2 years and worked on those skills and really tried to heal my mindset and the way I deal with situations, as well as the way I'm dealing with other people. And my ultimate goal is to really try and get into recovery services of some sort to help others. I've got a number of things in my past that I think make me much more well qualified for that situation, and I think that I can have a positive influence on a lot of people's lives, and so that's my ultimate goal.
Have you, are you taking any prescribing any psychotropic meds now?
As far as mental health, I am on Prozac, and as well as they've got me on hydroxyzine for anxiety, but I don't believe that's really doing anything. But I know that obviously there's certain things that I can't take while incarcerated. And so as soon as I get out, immediately I'm trying to, one, get Medicaid set up and also be able to see a doctor so that I can get on some sort of ADD medication and again, stay on the Prozac, because that's working quite well. And then look at any other options that the mental health specialist would recommend.
Yeah. What do you, I note that you've got, I note that historically you characterize your use of drugs as self-medication. You did so again today. What are your drugs of choice?
It would be opiates in general, and very small amounts of methamphetamine.
You haven't explored any particular program, I guess.
Well, so I had programs in mind before I was sent to prison on this violation. I was looking into EPIC, which was inpatient, as well as I've been told, again, by the person that did my ASAM, that not Fortitude, but TCDC has quite a good outpatient program, something that I would be able to do. My concerns are the lack of just structure and support that I would have, just because I don't have a place of residence. And so I'm hoping that, from what I've been told, that I would be able to get into some sort of halfway house situation, and from there be able to start getting all my mental health situations satisfied, as well as starting treatment programs there. If that's not enough, I'm more than willing and ready to go to some sort of inpatient if that's what's needed. But again, over the past 8 months, I've been able to do things that I have not done in the past, as far as, again, my mindset and coping skills in situations like that.
What about, how did you come to be in possession of a weapon during this traffic stop in November of 2021?
It was my gun, sir. I carried it for quite a while. It was in my name, purchased legally. I was carrying it legally.
And I guess that without knowing, you do acknowledge that you're a restricted person because of your felony convictions.
I am now, but I didn't have felony convictions prior to that. I've never really been in trouble ever.
Well, I mean, you had, and I guess that's technically true. You have a misdemeanor conviction going back to 2008.
Right.
You have your you now have a possession with intent
third, failure to stop at the command, a third-degree felony,
Though it's not possession with intent, it's just possession.
possession. And then so as of now, you are a restricted person.
Yes.
I'm trying to figure out how it was that, I mean, this is a case that brings you here, the 2020, a 2021 case. And I guess how is it that you ended a guilty plea to possession of by a restricted person since you hadn't really been convicted of a felony? Was that because of drug addiction or what was it?
It was because I was in possession of narcotics. They found that I had narcotics with me. So
it was related to your consumption of controlled
absolutely.
substances.
Yes, sir.
All right, you've answered most of my questions. I guess the final question I have is, you're saying all the right things, and you really, this is your first time in prison. Hopefully the light will come on for you. And you've cited the events that led to your problems out of COVID, losing a house, losing a car, losing your job. All those things are difficult to compensate for. How do you think you'll be able to compensate for reversals, problems in your life in the future without resorting to drugs?
Well, if I'm being completely honest, I've had several opportunities to use since I've been incarcerated. And I have passed all of those up. I'm at the point where I'm sick of having to put everything on pause in my life, not just put it on pause, but really have a number of negative things obviously happen to me because of usage. And truly, all I want to do is be able to get on the medications that I have been told that I should be on. And again, I've had good chunks of time that I've been sober, and that's honestly my only desire is to do that so I can start life again and start putting things back together and not live just for myself, but try and just try and be a positive influence on others and take this as not only a learning lesson for myself, but just if I can possibly use my knowledge to influence anyone else in a positive direction, that would be what my ultimate goal is. As far as dealing with situations in the future, I think that actively being a part of that, world as far as recovery goes, and truly now I've got a little bit more support. I'm talking to my family weekly. I'm able to. I have a really strong desire to be able to get more involved in as far as my church attendance goes, and been able to develop a much stronger relationship with my higher power. And those things have truly influenced just a lot of change, I would say, personally for me. And so I'm hoping that has a great influence on the future for me.
Why didn't you complete the program that you were in?
I was doing extremely well in that program.
We're talking about the Warrior Spirit program?
Yes. Yeah. I did extremely well with that program, and I relapsed once. And because of the situation, they didn't kick me out. They said, you just need to, normally they would send me to the VOA for 3 days or something. And instead, I guess the VOA was closed at that point for renovations or something. And so I would have just restarted and continued in that program. But I guess that at the moment that wasn't an option, but I know that they all said several times that they would love to have me back and everything else. But I went to a sober living for a few days.
Well, you're saying all the right things, and you've convinced me that you've got some insight into your problem, and I'm hoping that you'll be able to have a successful parole. How many times have you been on probation over the years?
Just once.
Yeah. And we've already discussed how that went. You know, in the grand scheme of things, you don't have a terribly long record. We've been through that. You know, it goes back to 2008, DUI and some other minor problems. I'm hoping you're really in a position that at 40 years old, the light comes on. Think it will? Think it has?
I believe it has, yes.
All right, you've answered all my questions. Anything else you think that the board ought to consider?
I don't believe so, sir.
All right. With that, we'll conclude the hearing. Good luck to you.
Thank you. I know roughly eventually when
But we say within the next 4 to 6 weeks, but let me tell you, I endeavor to get a report out to the remaining members of the board, and I'm hoping that you can hear from us in the next 10 days or so.
oh, okay.
I will, you know, you're at your over your guidelines now. I'm anticipating that the board will want to give you an opportunity on parole and do that fairly quickly. So I will endeavor to get that out to you as quickly as we possibly can.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate
All right.
it.
Good luck to you.
Appreciate it.
Thomas Richard Goatz, offender number 193764. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Just so you know, my camera's right here, but you are right here. So I'm going to be looking at this, but I'm looking at you, okay? All right.
All right.
I'm Nathan Evershed. I'm a pro tem member of the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole, and I've been assigned to conduct your hearing here today. Okay? Before we begin, I'd like you to be aware that this hearing is being live streamed for public access, and it's also being recorded. I will map out an agenda for what we're going to be doing here today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you. So in a second, I'm going to ask you to raise your hand and I'll put you under oath. From there, we'll just make sure that we're on the same page. And then we'll start off, I believe that the victim in the case is Jenna is on. She will be able to give a statement. And Jenna, I'll ask you to also take an oath as well. And then the remainder of this time here, Mr. Goatz, will be me being able to ask you questions. I've been able to review your file, become very familiar with things. And then I just want you to know, and anybody that's interested in knowing what's going to happen today, is that there's no official decision made today. What happens is that I'm able to gather the information I collect here today, go back to the Board of Pardons, and when there's 3 of the 5 members that unanimously agree on a decision, you'll be informed of that in writing. It usually takes the next 2 to 4 weeks, okay? So just so you anticipate that. All right, as I mentioned, I'm going to be swearing you in, so if you can please raise your right hand. All right. Do you swear that the information that you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can lower your hand. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes.
And did you receive your blue disclosure packet of information?
Yes.
And did you have a chance to review that disclosure packet?
Yes.
Do you have any questions, concerns, or corrections about the information in the disclosure packet?
No.
Okay, so are you ready to move forward?
Yes.
Okay. So to begin, this hearing is set for 20 minutes, and so we have a lot of ground to cover. Jenna, are you wanting to make a statement here today?
Yes, I would like to, sir.
Okay, so you don't have to turn on your video, but if you can just raise your right hand, because I'm going to put you under oath. Do you swear that the information you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes,
Okay, thank
I
you.
do.
All right, so what did you want me to know, Jenna? And I'll be making notes about that.
Also, if Kimberly could also say some things she would like to. What I would like to say, though, to you, sir, is he is a danger to all women in society, including their children.
He beat me 3 separate occasions in front of my toddlers, and I've had trouble with my kids because of getting kicked out of school for hitting and pinching and biting and choking other children. And I believe that if he is to get out, he's going to end up killing somebody. Because he is such a narcissist that he thinks all women are bitches and that they deserve to be beat on. He's done it to every one of his wives. So I
Thank
would
you.
really like and hope for him not to get out anytime soon.
I've been able to review the factual summaries of these offenses, and I want you to know, prior to your statement, I was able to become familiar with these cases. I appreciate you coming, informing us of your thoughts and of your perspective. It is absolutely your constitutional right to do so, and I want you to know that I've been able to take notes about those things for consideration. You mentioned that there's another person that you wanted to give a statement.
Yes, his wife, Kimberly GOATZ.
Okay, and Kimberly, all right. Jenna, I'm gonna, so Jenna is Jena, and how do I spell your last name?
SEAMONS.
Okay. All right, Kimberly, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
And is it Kimberly?
Yes, sir.
And then is your last name Goatz?
Yes.
Okay, GOATZ. I'm gonna also put you under oath. So, if you can raise your right hand, do you swear that the information you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Kimberly. What would you like me to know?
That this is the second time he's had these violent offenses happen in the past 3 years. His first one was with me in front of our infant child, where he dragged me into the bedroom and punched me in the face 3 times and fractured my jaw. Bad enough I've had to have 4 separate surgeries on it now.
Thank you for letting me know this, Kimberly. I want you to know, again, I'm taking very copious notes about this. 4 surgeries on your fractured jaw.
Yes, sir.
Is there anything else, Kimberly, you'd like me to know?
We also had a DCFS case in which I had made poor decisions and our son was taken away from me for a time being. DCFS awarded me back our son, but they did not close our case until about 6 months after to 9 months after I got my son back because he was in gross negligence and non-compliance of the case.
Okay. All right. How many children do you have with him?
1,
How old is he now?
he's 4.
Thank you. Kimberly, I appreciate you being here. I will tell you the same thing I told Jenna. It's your absolute right to be here, to be present. I've been able to take notes on these things, and you and Jenna are more than welcome, as is your right, of course, to remain online and to observe the rest of the hearing here today.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Goetz, I'm going to turn my attention to you in the time we have. First of all, I'm going to make sure that we're on the same page. I've been able to review your history, and as you know, it's very long. What you are being held on in this case, at this time, and in this year, is 3 felony counts. As you know, 1 case has a possession with intent to distribute a controlled substance, a 2nd-degree felony. Another case is, in that same case, there was a charge of aggravated assault. This is a 2021 case. And in a 2023 case, there's another felony aggravated assault, all of them domestic violence related, as you're aware. So I have that. We have a guideline date that I know that you're aware of. The guideline date is something that the Board of Pardons is legislatively required to consider. And it it's a date that is put into a calculation where we observe prior history, the offenses, the charges, if they're concurrent or consecutive, those things. So that's been calculated as November 7th, 2024. The maximum time, though, that the Board of Pardons could hold you in prison is the max time listed is in November of 2037. So I just want you to know, and like we're on the same page, I understand that that's the guideline date. That's also the max date, and those are the charges. So before we begin our conversation, want to make sure that you have the same understanding. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to be aware of what I've been able to review. I don't know you personally, of course. I've been able to review these things. I've been in this criminal justice system for a very long time, and there's just things that pop out. Okay. Obviously, you have a very long record. It's been documented that since you were just a boy, you've been involved in the criminal justice system. You've been to prison before. As a matter of fact, in these cases, you had the chance at probation. Where, to your credit, you lasted for 846 days, which is nearly 3 years, or at least 2.5. But then you pick up a very, very serious charge, which is a felony aggravated assault charge. And
Yes.
to not mince words, in other words, of all the things that could have been done to violate your probation, this was probably one of the worst, which is not only a new felony offense, but it's a violent offense. You've been an inmate at the prison before. As I mentioned, you were on parole. You were granted that privilege before. It was revoked as well. So, Mr. GOATZ, you're 35 years old. You've been granted opportunity after opportunity, probation, parole. And unfortunately, it's not just offenses that are being picked up, but violent offenses. And so I want you to help me understand like what's going on here and how over the next period of time that things could be different. So what do you think would be good for me to know?
Well, recently, the last couple of years, I guess, when me and my ex-wife had our incident, was the first time we started using drugs. So that had a big impact on that. I'm not taking anything away from that. What she said did happen. I was just getting high and not being smart. We had a great marriage until then, or so I think. But my brothers right now, they have a place for me to go. I was in sober living for like 8 months. And so I'm hoping to return to that. So I have a lot of good family support. So, if I get out in November, I'm going to go to sober living and try to get my life back on track. Or if you guys let me out in 5, 6, 7 years, nothing's going to change. What I plan to do is the same thing. I'm going to go sober living, go back to work at the tattoo shop and just start getting my life back in order.
You've heard from 2 women here today that didn't have to be here, but they wanted to be here. They wanted you to hear them. They wanted me to hear them. And it's so important for you to understand that should parole, whether it's in November or like you mentioned, 5 or 6 years, who knows? I mean, I go back and collaborate. But should you earn that privilege, do you understand how important it is to not contact them?
Yes.
I mean, there is literally nothing easier or there's nothing that can more quickly put you back in prison than any kind of contact. You understand that?
Yes. Yeah, there's nothing with me and Jenna. Just the only thing is with my ex-wife, it would be my son, but I wouldn't contact her or just try to figure that out. And with DCFS, I was compliant for a long time. And then I had some mental health issues happen. I relapsed and I just basically gave up.
Okay. That's the other thing I want to talk with you about is that obviously you were informed, and I know the Department of Corrections and their subservients were informed that the board was really hoping to obtain a mental health psychological kind of evaluation It's in
Yes.
my notes. I've gone through your file. I don't see it. And sometimes there's an explanation for that. Do you have any insight to that you can help me understand? Do you know why
Basically
that's not
just try
there?
to tell them what my doctor on the streets have told me, and then we went through some things. They got me on a medication here as of now. So we basically was find what works and find out what doesn't.
Okay, so what kind of mental health treatment are you receiving at this moment?
I'm taking a Remron.
Okay, are you talking to anybody, or are you in therapy or
Yeah,
classes?
I've been talking to the mental health doc off and on.
You were here, it looks like you were last admitted to prison, on this instance back in May. And of course, one of the key things that we look at is kind of how is someone's behavior here. And, just wanted to document, it looks like overall, I mean, it's okay, although something did come up, as you know, there's a disciplinary issue that happened back in September, that was adjudicated, essentially you refusing to roll up. This is something I know the Board of Pardon members will also want some more clarification on, but to be fair to you, since we're going to be looking at it, it's fair for you to help us understand it. So, and again, this is your sole disciplinary issue that's occurred since May, but it's still, it's not ideal because something did happen. So what about that do you think would be good for me to know?
Well, I've just been having issues at home. Mainly it's not hearing from or seeing my son. And, you know, my ex-wife communicated with my family that she wanted them to see him, and then she doesn't. So, and I mean, it's been a while since those communications have happened. So I was going through that issue, trying to process a lot. You know, I assumed I was getting out in November. I know more than likely that won't happen. So I'm going through that, and then they told me to roll up, and I know here they deal with mental health a lot better than they do in county. So that was an issue, and I wasn't refusing a direct order. I'm not really too exactly sure what they wrote me up for. However,
I can tell you, I mean, it's like, so it says on September 30th, 2024, while working my assigned post as Ironwood officer, during 2100 count, inmate informed officers that he was refusing to roll up for IPP and was willing to do whatever it takes not to go. Notifications were made and further actions taken.
yes, I went on suicide watch at that time.
Okay. Sir, you know yourself better than anybody. I mean, it's really in everyone's interest, especially yours and your families. You have children, you know, these things to help you get into a place in life where these incidents just don't happen. There are likely underlying issues. We talked about mental health issues, but you tell me, like, what is going on? What's the best thing that can help you out? Is it mental health? Is it substance
For me,
abuse,
it's mental
anger
health.
management, or what?
I got substance abuse worked out if I get out. I mean, the if is when technically, but you know, like I said, me and my wife, you know, ex-wife, whatever it is, we had many good years. So what you're hearing is like a very small part of our marriage that went really, really bad because I started distributing drugs, using them. I ruined our whole marriage. In my opinion, I don't know about her. I felt like we had a good marriage until then. So, I mean, I am a good man. With Jenna, it was just a bad relationship wrapped around drugs for me, not her. So it's drugs for me, and drugs mess with my mind, of course. So, and that's kind of where I'm at with it. I need to get that in order, get that box checked, and start just living my life. My son is my number one priority, no matter what's been said here. He's my number one priority. I want to get clean for me. I want to get clean for him. And then to me, once I get clean and I start focusing, well, I had been clean for 2 years, but once I get out and I can maintain that, then I can actually build a relationship with my son and be a good father. And what else is there?
Yeah.
What's better than that?
Well, sir, I mean, if you were able to achieve sobriety, address these mental health issues, I mean, it's just better for everyone. But that's not an easy course. You've had a, you know, a long history trying these things, and unfortunately, these awful violent events have occurred. And I just want you to know, I appreciate you answering these questions. I know it's not easy to talk about these things, but we're just trying. It's in everyone's interest. It's the community's interest, and you know, certainly it's for these women that we were hearing from as well. For you just to get better, you know.
Yes.
I mean, you really have two choices before you. You can come into the turnstile of the prison and just come right on back. You know, whenever, you know, whatever happens with parole or anything like that, and you just kind of do that. You can do that for the next 35 years. You know,
Yes.
or you can finally make a decision like, you know what, I got to get this stuff under control because it just leads me to the worst outcomes, and you hurt people that you care about. So
I was
I
out
really
for a
hope.
long time. Sorry.
Yeah,
I
well,
was-
thank you for, you know, I appreciate you saying that, and I
I
do hope
usually-
that you do that.
I usually use, like, I don't lean on myself as my own crutch. Like with my wife, it was mainly her that kept me out. You know, she was really one of the best things that ever happened to me. You know, I'm not trying to say anything here besides that, but instead of finding things personally in myself to keep me out, I lean on somebody else. And then once that person is gone, I just give up. And so I'm trying to find something in my life, you know, my son, but something in me that is worthwhile to keep out, not just a person that I can just push everything on. You know what I mean?
Right.
I don't know what I'm saying, but that's just,
Oh,
you know.
I do. I mean, and those are things to figure out, and I hope, and I
Yes.
really hope you do. I really hope you do. So, as I mentioned, you'll get a notice in writing in the next 2, maybe 4 weeks, somewhere there. It's probably closer to 2. And I do wish you well. I wish everybody well here, and I appreciate everyone's input here. It's all been noted and will be documented and will be shared. And I just wish everyone well. Okay?
Yep. May I say one more thing?
Sure.
What these women have said, what I was accused of, I did. And I apologize. I know in their minds, they think I'm going to get out and do the same thing, and it may or may not happen. I'm trying my best to make sure that never happens again, and I can get my life in order and be a better man. I've modified recently. I have the modification paperwork in front of me. I recently filled it out again just to make sure it's on file. So I am no longer doing anything gang related. And I just take full responsibility for my actions. And I hope that this is my last time in prison, and I hope that I get out in a couple of years, and that's just all I really have to say. And I apologize to them, and that's that.
Thank you. I appreciate you doing that. Okay? All right. All the best to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I need to fill anything else out for this?
Just gonna wait for the recording. Give me a second. All right. This is the time set for for a rehearing, excuse me, for Aaron Nathaniel Harrison, offender number 192-923. Is that you, sir? All right. I'm Nathan Evershed. I'm a pro tem member of the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole, and I've been assigned to conduct your hearing here today. Just so you know, and just so you're aware, this hearing is being live streamed for public access. It's being recorded. I don't know if anyone from the general public is tuning in, but it's just for you to know that, okay? Before we begin, I'm going to map out our agenda. I'm going to first put you under oath because I'll be taking testimony from you here today. I'm going to kind of then set the table, make sure that we're on the same page with dates and things like that. And then I've been able to review your file. I have some specific questions about that. And then if there's any, this is about 20 minutes. And at the end of today's hearing, if there's anything you feel like we haven't covered, you'll have time and space to present that, okay? All right. So if you can raise your right hand. Do you swear that the information that you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet of information?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review that disclosure packet?
Yes.
And do you have any questions, concerns, or corrections about the information in the disclosure packet?
No.
So are you ready to move forward?
Yes.
Okay. So as I mentioned, I've reviewed your packet. Let me just tell you what I know. You're 36 years old. You were last admitted to prison here April 2024. The guideline date, because of this peculiar kind of case, I mean, we're going back to 09 cases, it hasn't been established, but the maximum date is in 2039, June. You've been on parole 4 times during the pendency of these cases, and all 4 of those have failed. The last 2 times that you were on parole, just wanted to, well, you violated parole, then you were an inmate for 47 days, violated, then put on parole, violated again, an inmate for 148 days, then went on parole again, and then now you're back. So that's obviously the thick. So anyway, just wanted you to know, that's what I know. I'm sure you're aware of the same kind of thing. But so for someone like me that doesn't know you and is now looking at this, obviously we have to start off with the thing that is obviously the most concerning, which is you're having a really tough time on parole. And so 1, help me understand like what's going on from your perspective. And then 2, what do you think needs to be done to help you find success? So
Okay.
help me understand.
First, I have a problem with drugs. I'm a
Right.
drug addict, of course. And that's why I keep giving dirty UAs or getting high in a halfway house, and that's
Yeah.
what brings me back.
Okay. And I want you to know, in addition, I was able to pull up, you know, the parole violations that came in. So I'm familiar with that. That's exactly what this looks like.
Yeah.
Is that you keep on going back to drugs again and again?
Yes.
Okay.
This last time I was in the SOTP program and TRC, and I almost completed the TRC program that the halfway house had me do. And I was almost done with the SOTP program as well, but I was breaking rules. And I ended up cutting off my ankle monitor and running because they found a spare phone of mine.
Okay.
But in the process, it was me getting high again. But I ended up turning myself back in within the 24-hour guideline, and they gave me a chance to stay there, but I ended up giving a dirty UA on the process and being in a halfway house.
Okay. All right. So obviously, it's, you know, it's just an incredible reliance, if not addiction, to controlled substances, to drugs that continues to, you know, send you back. I want you to know that I know that you are an inmate on some significant charges back from 2009, many of them consecutive. And then that's there. And I know it's not easy. I know, you know, addressing these things just aren't easy. It is not easy going through SOTP and those things. But from our perspective, it's, you know, tell me about, like, so let's say hypothetically you get a 5th chance at parole. Like, how is it going to be any different?
Actually, that's what I wanted to ask, is because I keep going back to a halfway house. In my opinion, it works to an extent, but then like little episodes come up here and there. I do get better on not relapsing and taking accountability and everything like that. But as well, with my first parole, I tried paroling to my mom's house in New Mexico to try to get away from Utah and try to start a new life with around her.
Yeah.
So if there's a possibility, if not, I understand. If there is a possibility of just a
Compact.
regular standard parole.
Okay.
So I can be able to go to an address instead. Because in a halfway house, I can find drugs every day if I wanted to.
Right.
And it's difficult in there because of everybody that you're around. If I'm around family, in my own opinion, if I'm around family or close friends or even my partner, they know my struggles, they know my addiction, they know what to look for a little bit better because I'll be around them all the time.
Mhm.
Instead of being in a halfway house with 200 other inmates. But that's just my own opinion.
Yeah.
Like, I know I got a job as soon as I got here, working in the kitchen. And my boss actually recommended the cooks program if possible. And that'll give me time to do whatever I have to there, submit an address, whatever, it doesn't matter. But if you give me a 5th chance, that would be amazing. I know what I have to do. I know I've been getting better. Yes, I know I keep failing. But if I could possibly get a standard parole to where I could move in with my partner or move down with my mom in New Mexico for a chance, that would be great as well. But if not, I can understand because I keep coming back, redoing my process of getting high and coming back and not finishing my programs and everything else.
I appreciate you saying those things, and I kind of want to explore that a little bit. I mean, how do you think your parole officer would go? This is a genuine question. This is not rhetorical. I don't know the answer to this, but let's say hypothetically you go to a halfway house, you succeed there, you do what they're asking you to do, you have a parole officer, and then from there, you want to move in with your partner, or you want to compact to New Mexico and live with your mom. Do you think that that would be possible? Is that something that could work out for you?
It could, but from my first parole, okay, I was in a halfway house for 6 months. Yeah, I had my dirties there because that's when I started using drugs originally.
Yeah.
And that's when I started getting high and everything else. I got sober. I got out of the halfway house. I was out for, I think, 9 months. And then I ended up coming back to prison for the 45 days for the parole violator program. And that was due towards drugs as well. But when I asked for an interstate compact or a visit just to go see my mother for Thanksgiving for 2 days, so for that registry process, and be able to come back, I got denied even though I was doing good.
Okay.
So I don't know what the possibility could be of that happening. If I have to go to a halfway house, it's understandable. I will do my best like I did this last time. And I was out for the year. Yeah, I had my little slips and whatever, but then I ended up screwing up at the end again.
Yeah. We've talked about your history on parole, which is something we should talk about, but I also want you to know that also looking at the full at your full file, and you do really well here in prison. You have really good work with really good reviews. People, they don't have to do these things, but they want to document and say, hey, listen, Aaron does a great job. He's a good worker and things. So help me understand that. Like, how is it that you're able to do so well here in prison, but maybe not in the halfway house?
Prices of drugs are different. I will say that much. It's more expensive in here if it's around.
Yeah.
So I have no influence of trying to get it. Plus, it's the more I get in trouble here, the longer I'm going to end up doing in here.
Right.
But out there, yes, I have my problems as my little minor episodes, I would call them. Like if a family member dies or if something goes wrong or I lose a job or whatever, I can go right next door and get it for nothing.
Right.
So it's just, I see the problem with me is just halfway houses, in my opinion. But if I have to go back there, I will. And I know what I've done this last time because I've only had 3 problems this last time around. So in my opinion, I'm getting better at what I'm doing and learning my red flags.
I mean, I will note you were on parole this last time for 379 days, over a year.
Yeah.
A long time. Man. I mean, so I can just sense this earnestness that you have. I mean, there's true sincerity. Like you just want to move forward, but then, we get tripped up a bit.
Yeah.
All right. Documented here, I bring these things up because, again, there's no decision made here. I go back to the Board of Pardons, we collaborate. One thing that's been documented is this STG with indication of juggalos. Tell me a little bit about that. It says that you've claimed that you've dropped out.
Yeah. It was, okay, I don't really consider it a gang thing. That was 2000.
16 maybe?
Yeah, something around there. Yeah, I hung out with the juggalos and everything else. It wasn't considered a gang back then.
Yeah.
But then all of a sudden it happened, and how I hung around them, they just classified me as it.
Yeah.
So, but I didn't think nothing about it, but it just causes more problems, more headaches, more issues with my life that I don't need. So I said, I want to be modified. Just drop me out of it completely because I want to be me.
Okay. So those are the things that I want to talk with you about. I mean, it seems like you've been able to parole, doing well, life comes up, and life can just suck. You know, like you lose a job, there's drama in the, in the family, there's some prick in the halfway house, whatever. And these are just things that can just lead one back to their coping mechanism that was just ingrained in them, which is like drugs. You do know that, should parole occur again, that those same life problems are going to be occurring. Like life is going to have its awful aspects to it. We have loved ones that pass away, for example. How are you going to better kind of like protect yourself against just that retreating back to that coping mechanism of drugs?
Well, one thing I do, always what I do in here, I work 7 days a week in the
Okay.
kitchen
Yeah.
for 11-hour days. When I'm out, my first parole, I think I had one job. And then my second one, I had 2 jobs. Like I always keep myself busy. Yeah, I may have a small slip up because I'm tired, but I always keep myself busy
Good.
and keep going without being around distractions and everything else.
Good.
And then, like, if I'm stuck at the halfway house, for instance, like, I get in my head, like, they go through my stuff, they go through whatever. Yeah, that's common knowledge that they do that. But then I feel targeted. And then if I get locked down and I'm stuck there for 3 days, I'm losing my mind because I'm not staying busy. I'm getting in my head. I'm getting out of the comfort zone of where I'm at and what I need to do.
Okay.
So
How much opportunity have you had here at the prison to help you through these issues with drugs?
I'm actually in Bear 2 Solid. We do core classes every day. We do seminars every day. And everybody, there's different like ways of coping or dealing with things or paying attention. There's random different seminars that people can talk about, like their jobs, what they do, techniques, family difficulties, whatever. Like
Good.
there's multiple different scenarios that we can use as long as we are willing to reach and help.
Well, I just want you to know, just would even document it. I do sense your sincerity. Okay. I do sense that, you really want to just move forward in your life. I mean, you have been here, since you were a kid, essentially. You know what I mean? And there just comes that natural progression for a man that they just get tired of it. Okay. And I sense you're approaching that. We've been able to have a good conversation. I mentioned at the beginning, if there's anything that you feel like we need to further address, we can, or do you feel like we've covered it all?
No, but no, just if you give me an opportunity and if I end up going to a halfway house to do the programs again, that's fine. I can do both programs at the same time like I was before.
Okay. That's
Not that big a deal. I'll do whatever I have to do. Like it's been 7 years of coming back and forth. And
Yeah.
I'm tired.
I know. I mean, that's why I look like, that's why I started with this. It's a turnstile. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just a turnstile.
It's just
And
getting old.
Exactly. I mean, I want you to know from the perspective of the Board of Pardons, like it would be wonderful just to see that you have just been able to succeed here in the prison, succeed on parole, close this thing out, and then you're able to move on with your life. You know what I mean? So I think you're getting closer to that. I mean, you've experienced so much and you've learned so much, and I do sincerely wish you all the best. So it's not an easy thing because there's so many competing just kind of like thoughts about this because like multiple paroles, but you made it so far. And anyway, I mean, and you do well in prison. And so there's a lot of good things here, but there's also some things that we're just trying to see what can really help them out. And I don't have all the answers to that right now. I'll go back, collaborate with them. You will get something in writing in the next 2 to 4 weeks and, just follow through with whatever's been asked of you and move on with your life. You know what I mean? All right, man. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Harrison. Appreciate you being here.
Okay, cool.
Okay. We're ready to go. All right. So this is the time set for a rehearing for Joseph Ray Fulcher, offender number 220931. Is that you, sir?
Sir, it is.
Okay, I'm Nathan Evershed. I'm a pro tem member of the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole, and I've been assigned to conduct your hearing here today, okay? Before we begin, I just want you to know that this hearing is being live streamed for public access. It's being recorded as well. I don't know if anyone from the general public is watching, but just want you to know that that's the case, okay? I'm going to map out our agenda here. We only have about 20 minutes. So I'm going to be first putting you under oath because I'm going to be taking testimony from you. Then from there, I want to make sure that we're on the same page with like dates and timelines and things of that nature. And then there's some things I just wanted to follow up with. Okay, I've been able to review your packet. There's some things I want to further review with you. And then if there's anything you feel like we haven't covered, you'll have time at the end just to kind of present those things. And then I just want you to know there's no decision that's being made here today. Everything that we talk about, I gather, collaborate with my colleagues at the Board of Pardons. When 3 of the 5 members unanimously agree on a certain outcome, you'll be informed of that in writing, and that writing will come in the next 2 to 4 weeks. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. So if you can please raise your right hand. Do you swear that the information that you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
I do.
All right, thank you. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
I did, yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet of information?
I did, yes.
And have you had a chance to review that disclosure packet?
Yes.
All right. Do you have any questions, concerns, or corrections about the information in that disclosure packet?
The only one is with the SOTP assessment, because I was conducted roughly 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
And just like to see what, 'cause since that wasn't in there, the only one that was in there was my SUTP assessment for the substance abuse.
Yes.
All I know is, did you guys get a copy of the SOTP one being conducted and what their recommendation?
That's a good question. So what I did is I also looked in to see if that was in, because I know we ordered the department to complete that and give it to us prior to. I went through your file, into our filing system, and nothing had been uploaded yet. So we don't have that.
Yeah, she came and talked to me yesterday and said it was completed and everything, so.
Okay, so so I want you to know that as of, I reviewed this file in preparation of this hearing last Friday.
Okay.
And as of last Friday, it wasn't uploaded. I will make a note and see what's being looked at right now.
Yes, because she told me that, so her recommendation originally was for me to get back on the streets, but she said Dr. Waltrip decided it was going to be that her recommendation is me to go over to Green for 3 months and do the relapse prevention course over in
Okay.
Green. That's what she told me yesterday around roughly 2 o'clock yesterday.
Okay, well, and obviously these are professionals that we asked to do a job. I didn't do the evaluation. You know, we hire people that are professionals that know what they're doing. So that would be something that would obviously strongly consider. So I want you to know before I collaborate with my colleagues, I've made a note here saying that it's your understanding that the assessment's in. I will go back into our filing system, take a look at that, and I'll include that in my summary of what's here, okay?
Okay.
All right. I'm just going to make a note of that real quick to make sure this is done. Okay, besides that, anything else?
No. Is it?
Okay, perfect. And I will include that in my notes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I kind of wanted just to set the table with what we have to talk about here today. So you're 29 years old. You're here on multiple offenses. There was a case back from 2014 where I have 4 second-degree felonies of sexual abuse of a child. I've been able to review a summary of that. Looks like it was a 2-year-old victim. And then in 2020, we have a new case, which is consecutive to those other cases, which is possession of a dangerous weapon by a restricted person, the claim of 5-inch blade being in the prison, and that was found. So obviously, that's obviously concerning. We also have that you've been on parole 3 times. You've been granted that privilege 3 times. Every time it's been revoked, so we'll talk about that. You were an inmate originally for nearly 3,000 days, then for 33 days, and then for 260 days. And then this latest time you were put in. It looks like on this most recent parole violation, there was the violations of include drugs, including using methamphetamine, but also failing Bonneville SOTP. And that's why you're back here again, and you were booked in again in April of 2024. All of this goes on to mean that one of the, we're asked to consider the sentencing guidelines in this case because of the nature of the case and the peculiarities with it. We don't have a guideline date. The maximum date that the board would have is to be up until 2034. Now, I'm not suggesting in the least that that was what we would intend to do, would hold you here till then, but that's the maximum time that we have. So that's the information I have, and I know that's the same information that you have, but that's what we're working from. So obviously, we're going to begin with the possibility of another parole. But before we begin thinking about that, we need to understand what's been going on with these multiple, failed paroles. What do you think would be good for us to know about, like, why those were unsuccessful? And why do you think it would be good for us to know why a fourth one would be successful?
My struggle in the last few paroles is I've been at the halfway house. Unfortunately, yes, I am the one that can make my decision to violate my parole when I did on those 3 occasions. I don't feel the halfway house is beneficial to me. And the reason is that is because majority of the inmates at the halfway house don't really care about coming back to prison. Granted, I made my choices to violate my paroles. Like this parole, I was only out for 24 days before I was rearrested for using methamphetamine. The one thing that did strike me when I did get arrested and I was sent to ADC on this parole was that they said that I was enrolled in Bonneville CCC SOTP beginning around the 20th of March. So I was there March 12th. So it took them 8 days to enroll me in therapy. Nobody came and informed me that I was in therapy. And so from March 20th until April 5th, when I was arrested, those 16 days, I never once had a group therapy session, a one-on-one or nothing. So I didn't know that I was enrolled because I was on center restriction from the 12th until the 27th. And the very first day I can go out was March 28th. So even if they did enroll me into the Bonneville CCC SOTP program, within those week that I was on restriction still, why was I never informed or why did I never start the program? That's why my confusion is like, how was I supposed to know that I was already, I know I was there for the program. That was what the board recommended for me to go to Bonneville to do the program. But how was I supposed to know that I started the program when I met with my agent multiple times and was never told I have currently started the SOTP program?
Okay. And I appreciate that. I will note that you've said that you would like to have SOTP and follow through with those things. And I appreciate your insight into the halfway house and those things. Obviously, a big thing for the board too is just kind of like, how is this person doing in prison? This is the most secure location that we have. A halfway house is less secure, obviously, but it's more secure than other places. And since you've been back, we just have to talk about this because I know I'm going to be asked questions about this. There's been one disciplinary issue.
Yes.
Which was a substance abuse issue. So it looks like that's continuing now inside the prison. And there's been, negative C notes, at least 3 of them. And so you've been here since April, and now we are in October, so it's about 6 months. And it looks like still, bad decisions are being made even inside the prison. So help me understand what's going on with that.
I'm on the MAP program. I'm on the Suboxone program. I came out of RNO, went over to Bear 2, May 7th. When I did get that, they hit me for refusal. I didn't refuse the UA. It just took me 3 hours and 36 minutes to provide the UA because the Suboxone dehydrates me.
Okay.
So that's that write-up. Then the 3 negative C notes is not wearing my wife's to chow. I brought back a bagel from chow, and I didn't get patted down whenever we were coming back in from chow. So it's, yes, I know they are offenses. They're minor offenses.
Right. And I'll let you know that. We see all kinds of offenses and we try to keep these things in perspective. Obviously, it's more ideal to have nothing, but obviously it's worse to have violent offenses and multiple ones as well. And this is why it's just fair for you to understand, of course, we're going to be looking at your behavior here in the prison. And so I just wanted you to kind of explain that a little bit for me. Yeah.
Did you guys get the letter I have from the New Life program that accepted me to their program? Or, because I sent a copy I had my caseworker, Paige, send one. I also have it here with me.
Okay.
I do believe it was in my, blue packet.
Okay, I will put that. I have your packet here. I can't bring in everything inside the prison, like your entire file, but I'll make it a note. I'll make sure that we review that and say that New Life has accepted you.
Yes.
Look at that.
Yeah, it's a New Life program at the Rescue Mission. It's in Salt Lake.
Okay. All right, so we're able to kind of talk about these things. No one's hiding the ball. And I'm sure you knew that we'd of course want to talk about these, these different parole opportunities and why they weren't successful. Talk about these disciplinary issues inside the prison. Obviously, going back to methamphetamine and those things is not doing you any favors whatsoever. So these are things that we're able to talk about. And what we're going to do is just kind of consider all of these things and consider what these assessments are saying and what these letters are suggesting as well. So I told you at the beginning that if there is anything that you feel like would be important for me to understand, I'd be more than happy to hear from you. Or do you feel like we've covered it all?
Just if I am given another opportunity, I would like to go to this New Life program. I've heard about them. I reached out to them. I talked to Don Nichols. He's one of the house managers. I would just like to give that a shot, 'cause I feel like me going from this environment to a more positive environment to program, because it's an extensive residential program, and that's what the drug assessment decision was, and I can still do aftercare while I'm there through Alpha Counseling or wherever we see fit to do aftercare for the SOTP. They do, so the New Life program, they do not, it's not a one size fit program. They cater to everybody's individual needs, and they do talk about pornography and sex addiction, and so it may not be the full extent of the actual aftercare, but I have talked to them. I am eligible to do my aftercare where I need to do it at. If the board isn't like the sex offense side that they do there, but I feel like I would do much better there going from inside here to there where everybody's trying to do their best, trying to still stay on the right path, and that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to stay sober. Granted, I am on my Suboxone program and it does help me, I feel like I said, just going there is more of a benefit, because I do want to change my life. I am tired of coming back in here, and I just don't see me going to a halfway house as helping me. I feel it's more of a hindrance, and it's going to set me up to bring me back to prison.
Okay.
So,
Well, sir, obviously, as I'm sure you've been able to reflect upon your life, there's a significant substance abuse addiction problem that's going on. It seems like this is your go-to mechanism for dealing with life's problems. It's something that is, unfortunately for you and for your loved ones, has sent you back again and again here into prison. One way or another, that just has to be addressed, or that turnstile is just going to continue to turn again and again. And you can look over the next 30, 40 years of your life and just look at a turnstile, or you can look over the next 30, 40 years of your life saying like, I finally just, I guess got beyond that. I didn't need that anymore in my life. And so right now it's really up to you. And now we're going to try to put things together and make suggestions to where you can find absolute success. But at the end of the day, it's really going to be incumbent upon you to take those opportunities, to learn those things, and to get away from this stuff. I mean, as you've seen, like there's no getting away from it. You're not going to, the idea of like going back, using meth or something and feeling like you're going to get away with that. It's just not happening. It's just not going to happen. So, I appreciate you answering these questions. I appreciate the openness that you have and the sincerity that you have. I understand that there's people out there that really also want your success as well. So that's a good thing. So as I told you, we will go. I'll collaborate with the Board of Pardons, tell them about this conversation, tell them about these things that we've been able to talk about, things in your file. We'll look at those assessments, letters, everything else, and then you'll get something in writing in the next 2 to 4 weeks, okay?
Okay.
Awesome. Okay, wish you all the best.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you. Today is the time and place set for a rehearing for Edwin O'ando, offender number 233809. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing in a disclosure packet that you've been able to review?
Yes, sir.
I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statements you provide today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Joel Robison. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing. I'll note for the record that your nephew and niece are here today. Thank you both for taking the time and effort to attend today's hearing. Mr. Ogando, you appeared for an original hearing back some time ago. I conducted that hearing. At that hearing, we went over the commitment offenses. You were committed to prison on case number 171910596, aggravated assault causing serious bodily injury, second-degree felony, and aggravated assault, third-degree felony. You have a minimum 1-year sentence, maximum sentence 20 years, and then a 38-month guideline date, which you passed some time ago. Your 38-month guideline was December of 2020. And the board scheduled today's rehearing with the expectation that you complete substance use treatment, cognitive behavioral therapy, and have no new disciplinary violations. The board also requested that a psychological evaluation be completed. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
All right. Being that we discussed the commitment offenses in detail at your original hearing, I won't go over that again today. The primary focus of today's hearing is to go over what's occurred since your last hearing. Let's start with that psychological review. Did you get a copy of the review that was completed?
Yes.
Did you have any initial thoughts or comments you wanted to make regarding that?
No, everything was worked out fine.
All right, it was completed by the Department of Corrections, the clinician that works at the facility. It indicated in the report that you have not been involved in any mental health therapy over the past year. Any thought processing difficulties that you had at the time of the offense were due to your substance use?
Yeah, a little bit.
You were on meth, cocaine, hadn't been sleeping. No other significant psychiatric history. Now, while you were in jail prior to being committed to prison, there was a diagnosis of schizophrenia and bipolar. The clinician that evaluated here at the facility said there's no indication that those diagnoses are current or valid. They did provide a diagnosis of antisocial personality disorder, stimulant use disorder, cannabis use disorder, alcohol use disorder, and it's recommended in the psychological review that you participate in groups pertaining to criminal thinking, that you complete substance use treatment.
Yeah, I completed all those.
Now, that's the summary of the information that was in the psychological review. Just to go back to that schizophrenia and bipolar diagnosis, was that something that you had ever previously been diagnosed with prior to going to jail?
No, not at all.
Okay.
It was just diagnosed when I went to jail.
Okay. And you've had no concerns related to symptoms of schizophrenia or anything like that?
Not at all.
Okay. So it would be your belief that any delusions or issues you were having at the time of the offense were due to the drug use and to not sleeping?
Exactly.
Okay, let's go over substance use treatment. Have you been able to do any of that?
Yes.
Okay, what have you done?
I did HOPE. I did relapse prevention, addiction recovery.
Did you graduate HOPE?
Yeah. I was leadership in HOPE. I was a senior and a junior in HOPE program.
With the completion date being August of 2021?
Yes.
And you said you made it into a leadership position within the program?
Yes.
And that program took over a year to complete?
Yes.
And then with your time as in the leadership portion of that, you're likely there a year and a half?
A year and a month.
Okay. And then what other life skills classes or just general classes have you completed since the last hearing?
I did MRT. I did thinking errors, anger management.
parenting.
You've completed a lot of classes in programming. It would be hard for you to sum up everything you've learned in a short hearing, but if you could go over a few of the more important things that you think that you've learned that will help you when you get released from prison.
My way of thinking, my way of communicating.
Do you think you have your drug problem under control?
Yes, sir.
Looking at the institutional progress report, you have had some disciplinary violations since the last hearing. You have 2 pending disciplinary violations. One was for evidence tampering on September 8th, and then forgery, fraud, theft, insufficient funds, September 18th. You'll have your disciplinary hearing here at the prison in relation to those violations, but that's something that's going to be concerning to the board. You also had a substance use violation in January of 2024.
Yes.
What was that for?
THC.
Had you been using marijuana frequently leading up to then?
No.
How did you get to the position where you had access to it and were using it? You don't have to give me details on who, but
Yeah.
just generally what got you into a position where you went back to using marijuana?
It was just a moment of fucking anxiety. It was around and I ended up doing. That's about it. Simple mistake I made in the past. That's about it.
And then August 4th, you have a disciplinary conviction for refusing movement, indicating that you were in the yard socializing and that you didn't return to the section as requested.
Consider it out of bounds. So there was like, it was in a section that different section than one I live in.
The board may want to see what happens with this, with these pending disciplinary violations prior to making a decision. It was indicated in the brief incident summary that the board has access to that you reached into your shorts, put an unknown substance in your mouth, had to be restrained. Where are you currently housed?
Bear 4, section 5.
Did they have you in current at some point?
Yeah, because of that incident, they thought I swallowed something, which I didn't. It was just a paper. So they had me in there thinking I had something else.
Was
But
it
everything was good. Idea shows was supposed to come see me in the weekend, but they never came. But it's gonna be dismissed.
so it wasn't any substances in the,
No,
and then was it just a kite that you didn't want?
a kite. Yeah, somebody gave me to give somebody else. That's about it. I had bio movement and everything when I was in the dry cell.
I noted in preparation for today's hearing, reading through the board packet that you submitted and looking at the institutional progress report, that you've completed a variety of classes, programming, including residential substance use treatment, that you express a desire to continue programming and comply with parole if given the opportunity, various disciplinary violations, which we've gone over today. And then in regards to your release plan, in the board packet, you indicated that you plan to live with your nephew, that you have employment opportunities available to you.
Yes, sir.
What else does your release plan consist of?
Well, I'm making a better version of myself, you know what I mean? And move forward, integrate myself back into society. I mean,
What type of work do you do?
as of right now, I'm not doing no work. I'm still incarcerated, but any opportunity is open. I'm open to any opportunity that's open for me.
It was an extremely violent commitment offense. That would explain why you are still incarcerated beyond your guideline date. The board laid out certain expectations for today's hearing. You fulfilled those with the exception of not having any new disciplinary violations. That will be of concern to the board. What they do with that information, I don't know. But they will take that into consideration. Those are all of the questions that I had for you today. Was there anything that you wanted to make sure you mentioned today that I can pass on to the 5 board members?
Well, everything is in line. When I see IDHO, these 2 new writers will be dismissed just because it wasn't what they thought it was. I just haven't seen IDHO. They told me as soon as they see me, they will email the board and let them know it was dismissed. So it won't be any issue or affect me or you guys making any decisions.
Okay. Anything else?
That'll be all.
All right, I'll get the information over to the board tomorrow. They'll review it over the next couple weeks, and they'll mail you the board order, which will outline everything that's expected moving forward. If there's a release date put in place, based off of the nature of the commitment offenses, it would be a supervised release. You'd be required to follow through with all of the conditions, stipulations of parole, and that'll all be explained in the board order that you receive.
Okay.
All right, thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
In place set for a parole violation original hearing for Eric PECTOL, offender number 137998. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing in a disclosure packet that you've been able to review?
Yes, I did.
I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statements you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Joel Robison. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing. You had a parole violation hearing back in May of 2021. Denials were entered to the allegations. The matter was continued pending the adjudication of new charges. You've since been adjudicated on new case 211-911-665, disarming a police officer, first-degree felony. Per a scheduling review that the board conducted, today's hearing was set out with certain expectations, one being that you comply with your case action plan and that you have no disciplinary violations. So we'll go over that. Before we do, I need to go over your parole allegations and that new commitment offense. It's been some time since you were returned on the warrant, so the allegations may not be fresh in your memory, but your options are to admit, deny, or plead no contest to them. I'll read through them for you. The first allegations: by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, fleeing the scene of an accident involving bodily injury, Class A misdemeanor, September 11th of 2020.
Deny.
All right. Allegation 2, by having failed to report to AP&P on the day released from prison, September 14th of 2020.
Deny.
Allegation 3, by having purchased, possessed, owned, used, or had control of any explosive, firearm, ammunition, or dangerous weapon, September 17th of 2020.
Yeah, I don't, no contest. Sure what to say on that.
Allegation 4, by having patronized or frequented an establishment or place of business where alcohol was the chief or major item of order or consumption, September 11th of 2020.
Yeah.
Okay. Allegation 5, this is directly related to the new conviction. By having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, disarming a police officer, September 17th of 2020.
Yes.
Allegation 6, by having purchased, possessed, owned, used, or had control of any explosive, firearm, ammunition, or dangerous weapon, September 17th of 2020.
I don't know, I touched it, yeah, I picked it up.
Okay, so you want to admit to that one?
Yes.
It's up to you.
Yes, sir.
Allegation 7, by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, assault against a police officer with weapon or force, September 17th of 2020.
Deny.
Allegation 8, by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, assault against a police officer with weapon or force, a separate count, September 17th of 2020.
Deny also.
The final allegation: by having purchased, possessed, owned, used, or had control of any explosive, firearm, ammunition, dangerous weapon, September 17th of 2020. It seems duplicate of
Right.
allegation 6, unless you had two separate weapons. Okay, do you want to deny that one?
As well.
All right, I will
present your pleas to the board after today's hearing. It'll be up to them to decide how to move forward. They'll likely accept your admission to allegation 4, no contest plea to allegations 3, your admission to allegation 5 and 6, and then they can decide to dismiss the remaining allegations. Your previous parole date will be officially revoked, and they can make a new decision moving forward. That new offense, I'm going to read through this quickly, and then you can provide your version of what occurred this day. September 17th of 2020, officers with Unified PD were filling up a gas tank when they witnessed a collision between a truck and a motorcycle. The Yamaha ran a red light and was hit by a Ford. The motorcycle spun, landed on the left side, and slid 35 feet. The man on the Yamaha, later identified as Eric PECTOL, quickly jumped up from the ground and ran from the officer who was approaching to help. The officer shouted at Mr. PECTOL to stop. Mr. PECTOL reached down his pants and said he had a gun. Officer Hudgens displayed his firearm, realized Mr. PECTOL did not have a gun, holstered the gun, and pulled out his taser. Mr. PECTOL ran toward a field as the officer pursued and continued to yell for him to stop. Mr. PECTOL turned around, started to come at the officer, who engaged his taser, hitting Mr. PECTOL in the chest with no effect. The officer and Mr. PECTOL began to struggle. The officer attempted to draw his gun, but lost his footing, fell to the ground, and lost hold of his gun. Mr. PECTOL picked up the officer's firearm from the ground. At this moment, another officer arrived to assist and watched as Mr. PECTOL pointed the gun at the first officer and then turned towards the second officer and fired. The officer saw the muzzle flash, heard the snap of the bullet coming by him. Officer returned fire and injured Mr. PECTOL. That was the information that was provided in the offense summary by AP&P. What's your version of what happened?
All I know is I got hit by the truck. I don't remember anything after that until I woke up in the hospital. And then I know that I wasn't charged I was charged, but they dropped the firing the gun. My attorney told me that I didn't. My attorney also told me a bunch of stuff. So I don't know. There's video of this. You can look at it for yourselves and see, but.
So the last thing you remember is that accident?
I remember pulling up to the intersection, but I don't remember leaving it. My truck was going at least 45, supposed speed limit, but I didn't have a helmet on. I was bleeding out the side of my head, so I know, man, my family says I was having a mental breakdown from wrecking my Jeep a few days before, so I don't have any recollection of it.
Do you have any idea why you would have been in that state of desperation? Why not just lay down and get medical care and go to?
Yeah, I don't know. I just know that I don't know why. I don't know why I didn't. But like I say, if I don't know, I don't know. I can speculate on stuff, but I don't know.
What was going on with your parole leading up to that incident?
Well, I was out for 2 years. I was doing good. I was working 60 hours a week. Thought I'd be off by now. I mean, I was on parole this back. The attempted murder that I was on, that was back in 2004 is when that happened. So, I mean, I've given long stretches of parole, but usually can go about 2 years before something small happens and I come back here. So like I say, I was doing great. I thought I didn't think I'd be coming back.
Reading through your prior board reports, reports from AP&P, I noted that you have a criminal history spanning approximately 15 years. Your offenses are primarily substance use. You have some person crimes, including the attempted murder, which you mentioned. One commitment to the Utah State Prison, and to this point, unable to complete supervision in the community. This was your 5th parole attempt. prior supervision opportunities on probation and parole have been revoked due to various violations, this being the most serious. You're back on a felony one, disarming a police officer, which carries a minimum 5-year sentence, potential life sentence. The guideline date attached to this is 108 months, puts you at September of 2029. Was there any information that you wanted to make sure that you relayed to the board today?
Just like I said, like there's always some mental health stuff going on, and I was, from talking to my family and stuff, I was having a mental breakdown. So
Are you addressing your mental health here at the prison?
I'm trying. I've talked to him a few times. Like it's in my family. My dad had schizophrenia and bipolar, but they've told me before that no, I don't think you have it. I don't think I have it, but it's obvious that I do. If you have like the questionnaires, the 10-point test or whatever, I'm all 10 on all of them. So I am now taking some medication, but I don't know. It's like I say, like this is my 5th time, but I've given like almost 2 years of good time out there, and then something happens. So
I looked through the institutional progress report. You've had some disciplinary violations, sporadic violations over the years. Housing staff indicate that have somewhat of a management problem, but overall you're
yeah, like you can tell, like in my past, like I've hardly gotten any write-ups. This time I'm in a lot of pain. Still got bullets in me. I'm getting adequate health care, I guess is the key word. But I'm in a lot of pain, and some of those write-ups, they all stem back to that. So I'm not asking anybody to feel sorry for me or anything, but I'm in constant pain.
Well, and I want to be straight up with you and take into consideration, I'm a hearing officer, not a board member, so I don't make a decision on what happens, but being completely transparent and straight up with you, I don't see any reason why the board would consider taking any action prior to that 108th month guideline date.
That's what it's looking like, right? So
I based off of your history and this new conviction.
Yeah, I get it.
So that would be what I would anticipate the board would do is they'd look at that guideline date, either set this out for another hearing. They can deviate from that, but given the circumstances, I don't see why they would in this case.
Yeah.
And that doesn't mean that you would even get released at that guideline date. It could be something beyond that.
Yeah.
But I will get all of the information over to the board for their review. Is there anything else that you want me to include in my report that I submit to the board?
No, I mean, I think it's clear. I've wrote a couple statements and stuff, but like I said, I didn't know anything about this would happen. The reason this got stretched out so long is because I hired an attorney and I was going off what she told me to do. Like she told me to fight this, so we're fighting it. And then it comes down to where, no, let's just take a plea deal. But I think she was just trying to get a check. I don't understand. But like I said, and I still don't have recollection of it, but I know I'm suffering the consequences because I'll never walk straight again. I don't know if I could ever foresee being living another day without some pain. So.
All right, I'll get the information over to the board tomorrow. They'll review it over the next couple weeks. They'll mail you a board order, will outline everything that's expected moving forward.
Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon. Today is the time and place set for a rehearing for Joseph YAZZIE, offender number 204016. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
Did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing and a disclosure packet that you've been able?
Yeah, in a blue packet.
Right.
Yeah, I did after I wrote a letter to you guys.
Okay.
Yeah, I received that with the copy.
All right. I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statements you provide today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. My name's Joel Robison. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing. I conducted your last hearing
Yeah.
also. Your last hearing was in October of last year. The board ordered a rehearing with the expectation that you comply with your case action plan and remain disciplinary free. So we'll go over what's occurred since your last hearing. I know you previously stated that you were not interested in doing parole.
Yeah.
And so we'll see what your mindset is now. All of your commitment offenses have been discussed at prior hearings. We don't have to go over that today. The main purpose of today's hearing is to review what's occurred since last year. So I'll leave it to you if you want to just explain what you've been working on while incarcerated. Have you done any classes, programming, that type of thing?
I haven't been doing any classes because it wasn't really what I was supposed to do, because I'm not in here on any drugs or anything, but I have been write-up free. That's one thing I can control. I did some programs in the tablet that unlocked some things. I done that, got certificates. I don't know if that counts.
Well, anything that you do that's productive.
Other than that, usually I just draw, That's what keeps my mindset, draw with mental health and stuff,
Well, that is some, I mean, the not having any disciplinary violations is actually quite an improvement. I mean, you have pages and pages of disciplinary violations leading up to your last hearing. And
Yeah.
since the last hearing, you haven't had any.
Yeah, I haven't had any, not even a C note.
So how have you been able to stay out of trouble?
I just been drawing and just read from the tablet and just do my own thing,
What do you do when you get frustrated?
I really haven't been getting frustrated. So to be honest, literally, I just had to stop, pretty much.
And you're housed in Current?
No, I'm housed in Antelope
Oh, Antelope.
in section 5, the open section.
So you're locked down a good portion of the day?
Well, no, we come out every other day for 3 hours. It's like pre-pop. So I got my level 3, so I'm just waiting for, I don't know what I'm waiting for, whenever they can send me to population and then go from there, So I pretty much got all my privilege levels. I'm an F right now, so I'm the highest you could get in Antelope, and I don't know what they're doing,
Did they put you in Antelope based off of all the disciplinary violations that you had previously, or why do they have you housed there?
Well, what happened was when I was in Draper, I was in the hole for a long time. Obviously, you read the thing, and then I made a deal with the captain. If I stop getting write-ups, he'll get me out. And then I was supposed to go to RH and UNA2. And then next thing you know, we do this prison move. And once we came over here, they said all the protocols in Draper is different now since this is a new facility. So they said I would just have to go to Antelope and do the RH again. So I stayed in low side 3 for a year because I don't do packets. So they kept me there. And then once my year was up, they sent me to the high side. And then from the high side, they were waiting for I get a celly. And then they'll override my level 3. And then they sent me to section 5, to the open section. So now I'm just waiting for them to kick me and send me to population. So I'm just doing the steps. So I don't know what they're doing, It's just whatever you guys, the state's doing,
Is that part of your motivation not to have any disciplinary violations because you want to move into population?
Well, what it is I made a deal with the captain in Antelope. The lady said that because just recently, maybe a few days before I seen you last year, they gave me a write-up for something, but she dropped it because it was a miscommunication. So she's like, look, I'm not even gonna do anything. If you don't get no write-ups, we'll just wash it off and we'll just turn a new leaf. But she said, if you start acting up, then we're gonna bring all that stuff back. And then you're gonna have to do RH because we're working with you. And so I just been staying clean, stopped doing what I was doing. You know, so now I just draw, I read.
And when you do get into population, is there anything that you're looking to do? Like, you want to do any trade classes?
That's up to whatever we're doing right here. Cause I don't know what the deal is. Cause in Draper, when I talked to all you guys, they told me if I have a change of heart, just like I did in that letter, they said that if I ever want a parole, like if I decide I want a parole and try it, you guys will give me immediately release because I'm over my matrix, and that you guys been trying to get me the parole, but I kept telling you guys to fuck off and all that shit. But I talked to my family and I talked to my cellie. They talked me into it to try it. I got my family, I can't go to his address because my dad's APMP officer said it'll be a violation of his probation. So I'm going to a halfway house. I just got to figure out what the list, I need a list of the halfway houses and go from there because this is all new to me. My dad's going to be calling the caseworker to work with them and figure out what halfway house will benefit me better. And then from there, once I can leave the halfway house, I'm going to Twila to a Warrior Spirit. It's a native rehab center and it's inpatient. I'm going to go over there and have them help me out with resources. That's my long term for if you guys release me, whatever we're doing. So I don't know if you guys gonna have me do something before you guys release me. Then we'll go. I don't know what it is, yo.
Well, thanks for explaining what your plans are moving forward. And at our last hearing, I took notes and I have those with me now. And I remember at the last hearing that you told me that you would not do parole, you'd only accept a termination or expiration, that I let you know your expiration date was way out, and you said,
I know 2059.
yeah, and you said that you loved drugs, that you knew you wouldn't stop using.
Yeah, I did. That was after my grandpa passed away. Like after I seen you and I talked to my dad, and my dad told me, you know, if I do, he's like, really, if you really want to do this, stay until 59. He said, all of us that you're talking to will probably be dead by then. And so, like, I really thought about it, you know, like, what am I gonna do, you know? I got everything out there, you know, so. My cellie even explained it to me, you know, he said this prison ain't going nowhere, you know, just hang out with your family, do it, and like, if you decide you want it, this is the life you want, then come back after your family's passed away, you know, but.
Yeah. Well, thank you for providing insight on that. Because I asked you at the last hearing, we talked about your drug use, and you said that you don't think you're ever going to grow up, that you like the way you are, that you'd go back to the same cycle of in and out of jail.
Yeah.
And you said this is what you said, you said that's just the cycle that I like. So it sounds like that's changed. You've had some conversations with
Yeah, I
family.
had some deep conversations with my family, specifically my dad and my cellie, you know, because he doesn't have no family. All his family passed away, so he explained it. He's like,
Opened your eyes a little bit?
yeah, open like in his situation, you know.
So you do you think you can stay away from drugs?
Just like I told you in that packet, what I'm just gonna have to do is just like I told my dad, I just have to ask the state for everything, like that you guys are willing to help me out with, like jobs, housing, whatever, yo, because the place I was going was my grandpa's, but he's gone. And that house is for sale, so that environment's gone. So it's just whatever. I'm just gonna. This is all new. I don't know what.
And you're willing to stay sober and follow through with?
Yeah, just like I told my dad, I'll just stay away from that area, you know. Like, I mean, if I'm gonna hang out that area, there's no point of having this conversation with you right now, you know.
Right. And you're willing to go to the halfway house and?
Yeah, I'm willing as long as I gotta find what's best. Like, I don't know if you guys can help out with that. And pick the one and then I just get set there and then go from there, you know?
Well, so what the board will do is they'll determine whether or not a release date's appropriate. So the board will put that release date in place. Then you'll start working with the release reentry people here at the prison. You'll get assigned a parole agent. They'll be the ones that you work with day to day. If you follow through with what you're talking about, you go to the halfway house to help you stabilize, then you transition to that residential program. Those are all really good plans. It's
Yeah.
just a matter if you follow through
Yeah,
with it.
I'm willing to do that, you know, it's like I said, you know, I don't know if that thing's still on the table about the immediately release thing, you know?
Well, if, and what you said is accurate. So your parole date, or not parole date, your guideline date was 31 months. That was September 12th of 2023. So you're well past the guideline date. And so the board would likely be willing to give you the opportunity of parole, but previously you said you wouldn't accept that.
Yeah, I know I did, and then like I had to talk, and you know.
Yeah, so
I
you've,
even bring it up with the caseworkers or.
you've
let 'em
explained, you've explained all that, so I have that information. I'm going to let the board know that you've expressed a willingness to do parole. You've had no new disciplinary violations for over a year. You're demonstrating that you know how to control your behavior. You've laid out realistic release plans, so the board will have those to consider. One other thing I wanted to ask you about, are you on any medications, or do you do mental health treatment?
I'm supposed to be on a Depakote for my seizures, but I don't like it because it's a weight gainer and stuff, and it makes me feel weird. But other than that, that's about mainly the main medical wise. But
Okay.
mental health wise, I'm supposed to take like bipolar meds, but they make me feel jittery, so I don't do medication no more. I haven't done it for a while.
All right. Those are all the questions I had for you. Was there any information other additional information you wanted to present today?
Yeah, what how do I go with a list of the halfway house? Who do I talk to about that?
Well, so the board, after today, you were talking about an immediate release, so there's a process to getting released. What I'll do is I'll get all the information from today's hearing to the board likely tomorrow. The board will then review everything. 5 members will review everything over the next 2 to 3 weeks. And then they'll determine if a release is appropriate.
Okay.
If they do set a release and they want it to be somewhat immediate, that would likely be 30 to 45 days out.
Okay.
All right. Once you have a release date in place, you'll start working with the release reentry people here at the prison. They'll talk about what housing's available, if there's halfway houses available to you, that type of thing. So that'll happen, once a release date's been put in place.
All right.
All right. Well, thank you for your time today. You'll get the board order. It'll outline all the expectations moving forward. You'll get that in a couple weeks.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and conclude. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Today's the time and place set for a parole violation original hearing for Alfred. How do you pronounce your last name?
FOLAU?
FOLAU, offender number 216570. Did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing in a disclosure packet?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statements you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Joel Robison. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing. Now, you last appeared before the board back in March of 2023. It was a parole violation hearing. Denials were entered to the allegations. The matter was continued pending the adjudication of new charges. You were subsequently committed to prison on new case 231-6000034. And then per scheduling review, you were scheduled for today's hearing with the expectation that you comply with your case action plan and have no disciplinary violations.
Correct.
All right. We need to go over those parole allegations. I'll have you admit, deny, or plead no contest to those. Then we'll go over the new offense and anything that's occurred since you've returned to prison.
Okay.
Your first allegations by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense, introduction of a controlled substance into a correctional facility, November 15th of 2022. Now, what you were convicted of is distribution of a controlled substance, third-degree felony. So I will amend allegation 1 to reflect that.
Okay,
And with that, do you admit, deny, or plead no contest?
I admit.
All right, allegation 2's by having failed to complete a combined mental health substance use evaluation or failed to comply with the recommendations in that assessment, December 6, 2022.
Correct.
And allegation 3 by having used Suboxone, December 6, 2022.
I admit.
Okay. And based off of those admissions and your new conviction, your previous parole date of November 1st, 2022 will be revoked. The board will move forward with another decision. That new case occurred November 28th of 2022, has a 14-month guideline. The 14-month guideline was up in February of
Correct, sir.
2024. It was reported that you were being investigated for sending drugs to the Central Utah Correctional Facility by mailing a box of containing books which had Suboxone hidden in the spine. That was the summary of your new offense.
Correct. I take full responsibility to those actions.
Why'd you get involved in that?
Honestly, sir, it's just not caring about my own freedom and just caring about others that I made promises to that would help out, you know what I mean? But
So you were housed in Gunnison.
I was housed in Gunnison, not thinking straight, you know what I mean?
So you
I
made
know now.
promises to them. Were you getting paid for that?
Not really. It's just showing my allegiance to like wrong people. Wrong people, you know what I mean? So I made promises just because I cared about them, but really I should have just worried about myself and been greedy about my freedom, which I know now. I mean, totally not worth it, but I've done my time for it, got sentenced, and I've done the time for my actions, you know what I mean?
So as soon as you got released on parole, did you just get immediately involved in that?
I'd say about like, you can say that, I'd say about like 2 weeks.
All right. Since you've been back to prison, what have you been working on?
Since I've been back to prison, they sent me straight to Hickory. I completed Hickory with no write-ups. They let me out of Hickory in June of 2023, I think. While I was in population, I was doing classes. I took a couple of them. I graduated, but that was cut short because of the incident that I was involved with, which sent me to max this time, which was the fight. It was
That was the November 2023?
correct, sir.
Okay.
I took that fight, but they kind of overcharged me for that fight. So I got that charge amended to a regular BO2, a simple fight, because I was trying to stop it, but in the process I got hit, and then it led to the fighting right after. So, and then they sent me to max for this time for that, and I served my time for that charge as well. I should be coming out of max soon.
Well, you've got something, AO5 weapons pending.
Yeah, so IDHO came see me on the AO5 write-up, and it should be getting dismissed this week. I talked to Sergeant Torrance, and then I talked to the IDHO lady. It just didn't, certain protocols wasn't followed before we even entered that cell, because we was only in that cell for like a week or two before they came and searched it. And it wasn't found in my property, it was found in the wall or something like that. So,
Did you relapse when you got released?
no, well, honestly, you could say it was a relapse. I was just on Suboxone because I'm a heroin addict. So, I was taking Suboxone, and I entered into a drug program, a sober living, so I could stay sober off heroin as long as I can. But I was doing good out there, but my actions that got me sent back to prison brought me, I mean, you could read it however you want to read it, but I didn't fail for no heroin. I didn't do meth out there. I was just doing my classes in the sober living and just taking Suboxone and trying to stay off heroin.
Okay.
Yeah.
You submitted your board packet, had your release plans outlined. You plan on living with your father, stay close to family, you have employment experience in construction.
Correct, sir.
Any other specific plans?
I also wrote in the, I don't know if you read it, I also wrote in that packet that I was gonna attend the Alano AA club over there in Murray, because I've I've been into that Allen Club and I've been part of that program every time I get out, and I just do good in that program. So that's just another thing that's going to help me try to stay sober.
Did you have is your allegiance with the right people now, or you?
Yes, family. I'm getting too old. I say I probably served like around like 8 years in this correctional institute. You know what I mean? It took me this long to realize that certain people is not worth coming back because those people are not in my lives today. You know what I mean? So really, I just plan on trying to stay sober, do good work, and then try to start a family. I'm getting older. You know what I mean? There's nothing here in prison for me anymore. I mean.
All right. Well, those were the questions that I had for you. I'll get all this information over to the 5 board members for their review. It'll take them a couple weeks to review everything, deliberate, and then make a board order. Any other information you want to present today?
That's about it. You guys already have my board packet, so if they could just read through that and get a little rundown of everything that's going on, which they probably will anyway.
Right.
But yeah, I'd like to thank you guys for your time.
All right.
And get back to me when you guys can, as soon as possible.
All right. Well, thank you. I'll go ahead and conclude the hearing. You should get a letter from the board with the board order in 2 to 3 weeks.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Today is the time and place set for a rehearing for Zachary Bullock, offender number 228245, and that is you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing and a disclosure packet that you've been able to review?
I did, sir.
I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statement you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely.
Thank you. My name is Joel Robison. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing. You had a parole violation original hearing back in October of 2023. The board revoked your parole, scheduled you for a paper reviews to track pending charges. After several paper reviews, it was determined that the pending case was resolved. It did not result in board jurisdiction. You were then scheduled for today's hearing with the expectation that you comply with your case action plan and remain disciplinary free.
Yes, sir.
So we'll go over everything that's occurred since your last hearing. Let's start with any treatment or programming that you've been able to do.
Okay. So, in the blue packet that you guys sent me, my heart is pounding, I don't know why. In the blue packet you guys sent me, it said that I was doing the life skills in the ACII. I believe that's what it's called. Let me see, I'm trying to find it here. Yeah, it says right here, Mr. Bullock is currently participating in ACCI life skills on a tablet for personal responsibility. So I finished that one and I finished another one, but they have it off the tablet because it's having issues, and I have the certificate for it right here.
Okay, yeah, what is it called?
It is the e-learning personal
Okay.
responsibility course. And then on here, I just want to note that the caseworker said that, let's see, where is it? Just that, where is it? Mr. Bullock? Just that it would help me like in my first, in like future decisions and things like that. As the caseworker told me that if I completed it, it would help me in the future. And honestly, I can really see the difference in it from the time that I have completed it to now.
Okay.
Everything else, I do have like a outpatient drug treatment set up because I have an SL4 on because I left SAW. In December of last year, I decided that I just saw what it was, and I saw where it was that my life was going. That's not where I wanted it to go. So I have everything set up to do MRT on the streets. I have everything set up because though I am on the list, I'm just waiting. And I mean, you know how that goes. Everything's kind of a waiting game at this point.
So where would you do your outpatient treatment?
So it would be through Odyssey.
All right, and you have an address?
Yes, I have an address.
I did look at your release plan that was outlined in the board packet. Looks like some things have changed. Initially, it looks like you were going to do the first step house.
So that was if you guys ordered an inpatient. If you guys wanted me to do an inpatient, I'm completely more than willing to go to an inpatient, and I can do four-step house. I've already been approved for first-step house. I've just gone out of my way to try to set up everything that I can for every possible contingency that you guys might expect from me.
Okay, I'll inform the board of that, that if they require residential, that you have that set up through First Step, and then if it's outpatient, you can do that through Odyssey House. Last disciplinary violation was in March, so you've gone a significant period without any new
Yes, sir.
disciplinary violations.
And while we're on that topic, can I say something about that?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I'm not going to tell you that I've been perfect and I have been an angel, because I have not. My dad was diagnosed with cancer about a year ago, and it's a rare form of blood cancer that he can still produce bone, but for some reason it doesn't harden the cell, because essentially what cancer is, from my understanding, is a mutated cell. There's a cell in your blood that hardens your bone, and he doesn't have that anymore. And he went to the hospital with 7 broken ribs, a broken back, and cancer. And that's when I really began to see what kind of lifestyle it was that I was living, after I told what are supposed to be my family, and my brainwashing has made that okay. What it was that was going on, and they wanted to continue to ask things of me. I lived a long time a lifestyle that promoted, and not only promoted, but awarded bad behavior. And it's not something that changed overnight, but I have gone if you look at my history, and you look at the time span in which, I mean, I think I've gotten 2 negative C notes in 7 months, and I think that the last one was for sleeping during count. I don't want to sit here and tell you, like everybody else, sir, that I'm a completely different person and that I'm a changed person, but I've tried to show that, and I know that I haven't been perfect, and I know that I've made a lot of mistakes, but since I've dropped out, I have worked on myself a lot. And I have thoroughly not only tried to make it to where I could come in here and tell you that, but you could look at my report and see that. And that's my hope. You know what I mean? And I also want you to know that I didn't drop out to be able to come in here and tell you guys that I did that for you. I did that for me. And whatever you guys feel that I deserve to receive from what it was that I did, I completely understand and respect, whether that's this November, next November, or anything like that. I just do ask that you guys do see the changes that I have made, because I mean, I had a meeting with the FBI official, 2 FBI officers a month ago, and they're working on putting me on a task force to get these tattoos off me and off my face and get rid of my patch. And I'm not the same person. I'm really not the same person.
Well, and the board's aware that dropping out of a gang does not make your time here at prison easier. So, and your efforts here at the facility are noticed. The board will have that information to consider. I've got your release plan, your guideline date. You mentioned the November date, 28-month guideline, November 20th of this year. The board can look at that date for possible release. Based off of your statements, you are willing to parole if that's the direction the board decided to go.
Yes, sir.
I'll let them know that. As a hearing officer, I don't make a decision. I'll get everything we've discussed over to the board tomorrow. Generally, it takes the board 2 weeks to deliberate, make a decision. They'll mail you their board order, which will outline all of the expectations moving forward.
You do make a recommendation though, correct?
Right. I make a recommendation, and we used to provide our recommendations. I can tell you that, just so I'm straight up with you, that I am considering that 28-month guideline date for release, parole release, with all the conditions that you would expect on parole.
Yes, sir. And like I said, I just, you know what I mean? I do want to be home, and I do want to be there with my dad for the holidays. I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to have another year with him. I don't know. I mean, I might have 10 more years with him, and I pray that I do, but it's this day. After I found out my dad had a cancer, my uncle had a heart attack and then passed away. And then my grandpa had a stroke and then passed away. And then my grandma died in a nursing home. And then my aunt just passed away of cancer, like brain cancer. So this isn't like, I welcome you guys to listen to my phone calls. It's insane. Like, it has been and it's not that I tell you this to ask for sympathy, but I tell you this because this is what has allowed me to open my eyes and see just how much of my life I've allowed to pass me by. I've allowed myself to become the next statistic. I've allowed myself to become less than nothing. But I know today, walking in here, that I'm a better person than I was last time. And I know that tomorrow I'm going to wake up a better person than I was today. And I'm going to continue to strive and do whatever it takes to be a positive contributing member of society this time.
Well, hopefully the changes that you're making are longstanding, and that we don't have to have a conversation sometime in the future as to why it all went awry. But I was at the point where I was ready to conclude the hearing. I don't have any additional questions for you. I've explained the process. Anything else that you would like to say in closing?
There is one thing I would like to read to you, and it's just like my plan for parole and how I plan to succeed. And I mean, it just says my plan to do good and succeed on parole. What I need to focus on, my plan will start on day one. And this isn't something that I intended on reading to you. This is just something that this is my plan for parole. And it just says that my plan will start on day one. I won't join any social media platforms for at least 6 months, period. I will hit 30 meetings in 30 days. And on day two, I plan to start putting in applications. I already have a job set up and lined up, but I just, you know what I mean? That's not till the beginning of the year. So I want to be able to have something right now. Let's see. I have a list of places to hit on day two, and honestly think that I could probably have a job that day. But if not, I really want to start hitting it on the 25th because I'm supposed to go home 3 days before Thanksgiving. That's where my guideline falls. Let's see. I should have no problem finding work, especially within the holiday seasons. I'm going to contact Voc Rehab within 14 days of being out of prison. That being said, I would also like to keep my job for 365 days. It's time to buckle down and get some stability under my belt. I will contact Voc Rehab, within 7 days of being home because it will take around 90 days before any kind of aid will kick in, which will be a good thing because it will give me some time to kind of get planted and not be like overwhelmed and overbearing or anything like that. But I want to have them put me through school for my diesel mechanic certification, which I believe will take about a year. And I feel like maybe a server job or something along those lines would be great because I could kind of go to class in the morning and work at night. And then the LDS church has been kind enough to be able to pay my first and my second month's rent when I go home. So I would like to just stay a couple months ahead on that, just at any given time. I'm going to look into debt consolidation or filing bankruptcy within 45 days. That way I can take care of my state debt collections and everything like that. And just be able to set myself up for the future. It's not something that I've ever looked at before. I've always lived in today and I've always lived in yesterday. I want to live 5 years down the road and 10 years down the road. I plan to buy a nice car or truck, but only after I've kept the same job for 6 to 8 months, gotten my license back, and know I'm in a financial place where it is a responsible thing to do. I will also be requesting with my parole officer every other week check-ins. I'm going to request that just because it would make myself feel better for my own peace of mind, where I know that like I have to go in and I have to see him, and I just want to prove to myself that I can be responsible. Until I show some responsibility, I will be asking for a drug test every time as well. I also will be attending church every Sunday as well to show the church thanks for what they've done for me and my spiritual help, and to show the church has gone to give me not only financially, but spiritually and mentally. I will be in some kind of outpatient treatment as well to keep my head in the right place now and to keep my head in the right place in the future. I'm not going to get involved in any kind of romantic relation or sexual relationships for at least 6 months period. I will take time out of every day to check in with myself and remember where I was when I wrote this and how bad this place really does suck and what I have waiting for me as a dropout if I don't play the tape all the way through on every choice I have, good, small, or bad. So I just want you guys to know that like you guys aren't letting the same person out that you guys let out last time. You guys aren't even seeing the same person that sat in this chair a year ago. I couldn't even answer some of the questions they had because I was still so caught up in the mess and the chaos of this place, and I'm just not anymore. This isn't me. This isn't me anymore. And like I said, I had it was in September, I want to say. It might have been in August that 2 FBI agents came and asked me like, I don't know if they said they might write you guys a letter or something like that. I don't know if they have, but they're supposed to be putting me on some kind of informant task force because when I left SAW, I knew some information that they thought would be beneficial for them, like on some hit orders and things like that.
Now, just so to refresh your memory, this is all.
No, and that's absolutely fine. Like, I don't, you know what I mean? Like, at the end of the day, I'm living my life to be a civilian. And at the end of the day, if if a regular civilian knew somebody was going to hurt somebody, what would they do? They would inform somebody, right? And that's, I feel like that's my duty. I feel like that's my job. And I want these things off my face. And I just want to go home and I want to be a normal person.
All right. I will get the board all of that information. And all of this is, as you know, is recorded. If you end up coming back for violations, you laid out a very detailed explanation as to how things are going to be different, why they're going to be different, how you're different. And there'll be a conversation about why they didn't go the way that you had planned upon release. I hope what you say is all accurate, that you have made long-standing changes, that you're on a different trajectory now, positive trajectory, and that you make something out of your life. So thank you for your time today. The board will get that information their order over to you here as soon as possible, likely within 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay, do you know, just because I am gonna call my dad today, because he has the only thing I wanted to note was that he has a stem cell transplant coming up. I was really hoping to be home for something like that, but I don't.
So realistically, I'll get the information over the board quickly, 2 to 3 weeks from then. And what's considered an immediate release is somewhere 30 to 45 days out from a hearing.
Okay.
It gives the board time to make their decision. It also gives Department of Corrections time to start doing the release reentry planning.
Thank you very much, sir.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Guys busy today?
Yeah, it's, I mean, normal hearing calendar, just, as busy as it always is on hearing day. Today is the time and place set for a parole violation original hearing for Miguel Nava, offender number 220061. That is you, correct?
Yes.
Did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing and a disclosure packet that you've been able to review?
Better, yeah, I received it 2 weeks ago.
Okay. I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statement you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. My name is Joel Robinson. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing.
Right on, Joel.
Your last hearing was back in March of 2023. Parole violation hearing denials were entered into the allegations. Everything was continued pending the adjudication of new charges. You've since been adjudicated on new case 221-702-152, failure to stop, third-degree felony. That's directly related to allegation 1. I want to go over these allegations with you.
Okay.
You've been back for some time now. They may not be fresh in your memory. I don't know if you looked at those allegations prior to today's hearing.
I remember.
Okay. And the first allegation is by having committed or been convicted of failure to stop November 26, 2022. Do you admit, deny, or plead no contest to that?
No, I admit, take responsibility for my.
All right. Now, the remaining allegations, we can go through one by one. If you have an idea of how you were going to plead to those, we can waive the formal reading of the allegations. But whatever you would like to do, what would you like to do on those?
Yeah, I think, I'm gonna admit to all of them. That way I did do that.
Okay. And based off of those admissions, your previous parole date of January 18th, 2022 will be revoked. The board can move forward with another decision. Your new conviction has a 20-month guideline attached to that. That passed September 12th of this year. The board will take that into consideration. But you are likely aware they're not bound by the guideline date. They can deviate if they feel a longer period of incarceration is appropriate for whatever reason. They could go that direction. They could also consider setting a release after today's hearing. Let's go over that case. What happened that day when you picked up that failure to stop?
Well, I mean, I think it, be honest, in the past when I came in sessions with the Board of Pardons, I've always trying to sit back and think about how I can come in here and not necessarily, justify, try to figure out ways to justify my actions. I was completely in the wrong that night. The reason why we went drinking is because me and my baby mom, we had a miscarriage, and she wanted to go out that night and go bowling. So it happened that the bowling alley I went to, they served alcohol. I'm thinking, okay, what's a beer or two? We start drinking. Obviously not supposed to, and we're sitting there playing pool. I'm just playing just playing with this guy. I forgot his name. But we're just just friendly banter. I was going back and forth, and he kind of took it personal, whatever, and so he started kind of getting frustrated. That's which led me to get frustrated. So I told him, let's go outside. We went outside. We started arguing, just back and forth. Then the lady came out. She said she's calling the cops. And that scared me. So I'm on parole, not supposed to be here. What do I do? So me and my baby mom would get in the car and we drive away. Well, as we're driving away, I'm a little frustrated with her because her sister was arguing with me. And I wasn't even doing nothing. I don't feel like I was doing nothing wrong. But when she was yelling at me, my baby mama didn't stick up for me. So I kind of got a little upset with my baby mom. Like, I called her the B word. I'm like, why you letting your sister talk to me like that? You freaking B word. And she's like,
She stops the car, gets out, I jump in the passenger seat, and I start driving. Well, shortly after I see the cops in my rearview mirror, they hit the lights. I'm thinking like, damn, what do I do? You know, because I'm on parole, I'm drunk. You know, I was smoking weed. I had my marijuana card, and I decided to make a poor decision. I hit the gas. That was pretty much the last thing I can remember. I remember going through a red light. Uh, and after that, I woke up in the hospital. I had broken my back, my neck, my nose. Um, during that time, I'm in the, what's it called? Can't remember what it is, but it's a big old scanner that goes over your body. I'm in there and I kind of get scared. So, because I start yelling my baby mom's name. I don't remember anything that happened at the bar at that time. So I'm yelling my baby mama's name, tell the board, tell the doctors. I was like, hey, where's my baby mom? Nyla, scream my baby mom's name because I thought I killed her, you know what I mean? Which there was nobody in the vehicle besides myself.
What did you crash into?
I don't even remember, to be honest with you. So the video that they had wasn't really a good video. I think when I took a right, I hit the curb and it kind of led me to go like airborne and I rolled. And
Unfortunately, you didn't end up hitting anybody else on the roadway. And
nobody else got injured. Myself, the only thing I can say that really, well, obviously the state's property, for one, and then two, my baby mama's car got totaled. I had broke my neck, like I said, my back, my nose. And I had to recover for a little bit, went to the hospital, was in there for a little while. I got out the hospital, not my attorney, but my agent, Trina Whitehead, she's like, I can't come down here, I'm not sure. So I show up and I'm in this full body medical law. It's like metal plate that keeps my neck in place. And she asked me what happened. I told her, like, to be honest with you, I don't even really know. This is like 5 days after the car accident. So I went in and told her I don't even know. She's like, okay, we'll just go home and just relax. And then maybe about like a month or two, the board, you guys came knocking on my door and I got arrested. Came back here.
And just to, I want to make sure I emphasize the point. I mean, in this situation, nobody got hurt, but you got somebody that's on parole fleeing from police that's intoxicated. You crash your vehicle, you hurt yourself, but the scenario could have been much different. You could have injured.
Died, I could have hurt somebody else. Yeah, you are right. During the time I've been incarcerated, this time, as you guys would know, I mean, it's all on file that I was an active gang member. I was living that life of, I guess, being selfish, not thinking of others and thinking of myself. So during that time that I had broken my neck, somehow I was lucky enough to get my baby mama pregnant. So as I'm here in prison, she tells me, she sends me a picture of the, what's it called?
Ultrasound?
Yeah, the ultrasound, the pictures of the baby, the positive test. And so I'm like, I'm really happy, you know, because I always wanted to be a dad. Well, she kept progressing in the pregnancy. She finally had my daughter. Her name's Juliana. She's a beautiful little girl. So I sat back and thought, you know, why am I even gangbanging? And honestly, you know, like I grew up from a background where I didn't have no mom, I didn't have a dad. The camaraderie, I guess, the people that are there that have my back or like cheer me on when I'm doing bad. I think I kind of like that, you know, because I had like a pat on my back. People like looked at me and acknowledged me. I'm 28, you know. I think it might be a little late to have kids. I don't know. That's just my personal opinion, but I have one now. I quit gangbanging. I went into OMR, and it wasn't an easy decision. I'll be honest with you. I still think about it to this day. Like even sometimes, like I'll be sitting there thinking in my head, like, you know, I'm weak. You know, no one's gonna like me. Like I'm a lame. You know, like fucking. Why did I do that? I still deal with that now, and the only thing that helps me keep me pulling through is my daughter. I got communication with her, and I'm hoping that this doesn't sound like I'm just trying to come in here and say my baby, I changed my life. You know, God's there. I'm not trying to do any of that. I'm just trying to let you know that I really am trying to do the best thing I can do to move forward, to better myself. Of what really helped me out too is I read this book. It was called I remember the book. Oh yeah, Necessary Losses. So my mom's never been there. Yeah, my mom and dad's never been there, and I guess I had some type of abandonment issues. And that book kind of helped me out, let me know like sometimes that's what you have to go through, but you just gotta learn how to cope with it. And so with that being said, shortly after I made that decision to go ahead and become a reformed gang member, since then I feel like I've been doing great. But like I said, I'm not trying to come in here, throw my daughter and make it all for me. Like I'm here to serve my time and go ahead and continue to progress in life. And I can let
Are you
know.
SL4?
So it sucks, man. Yeah, they SL4. So on this whole modification thing, like I didn't leave the gang because I'm on bad terms or they want to hurt me or anything like that. I wanted to do it for myself and my daughter. So when I went into Omar, they had told me, "Hey, sorry, the people that's working for for what's it called? STG, the unit, the guys, they're no longer able to do a modification. That if you do modify, then you have to SL4. So currently, as of right now, yes, I'm on SL4. But they said as soon as I'm ready to go back out to population, which is my goal, when I go back out to population, they'll take off my what's it called? Oh yeah, my SL4. They'll take off my SL4.
Oh, now that you're dropped out, you're not gang involved, you got a new outlook on life based off of your daughter. So how's your life going to be different when you get out?
I got a baby girl to come on to. I'm not gonna be out there running the streets. You know, I could have died in that car accident, which fortunate that I didn't. You know, I didn't like crash and see the light and see God or nothing. Like ever since that car accident, like I it kind of helped me change. It changed me. It kind of made me realize that like life is nice, but if I act stupid, keep acting the way I have been and thinking the way I do, then I'm not gonna have one.
So what steps do you have? What specifically are you gonna do moving forward to?
Journal, it's a composition notebook. Any book and every book that I be reading that's something that I like or that's knowledgeable that I feel like I can use to progress, I write it down. So there's like steps. Like I do get angry sometimes and I get a little frustrated when I feel like I'm being disrespected. That's something I'm trying to change too. The way I talk to people, the way people talk to me, I try not to go ahead and go back to the old lingo, the whole prison stilo. I try to talk to people as if I'm talking to my daughter. But yeah, I'm doing the basic steps that I need to be. As
Do you have an address with your
I got
daughter's mother? And
yeah, yeah. So I got one with her. She lives on 34th.
yeah, you don't have to put it on the address on record. And then do you have type of work that you do?
Matter of fact, this last time that I was out there on parole, I was doing great. And I was really trying to stay out that time. Had a bad night. I was out there for 7 months. I peed clean the whole time. Besides that, the DUI, I just barely pled guilty to whatever. The whole time I was working. Now, I'm a little frustrated because inside the blue packet, it had said something about my PO said that I didn't make no payments to my fines, which is correct. But when I showed up, she told me, "Don't worry about that. Get on your feet." And the economy or something like that is kind of messed up. So I mean, it's gonna be kind of hard for you to have a house, have a house, get a car, and get some food for yourself and pay your fines. So don't even do that. So that's what I did. I mean, maybe 7 months in, I could have started paying fines because I was doing great. Which is nice because I was making like 900 to like 1100 a week driving a forklift at Loft House. And that was fun. I ain't gonna lie. Like I never really did a forklift before, but to me it was kind of like a game. And I like going to work. I showed up to work. I had to work 6 days out the week. I only had 1 day off, which sucked. But I was working at Graves too. Graves is fun. It gets cold in that freezer. Made a lot of new friends, people that are out there, and I see that when I was out there. To be honest with you, I had conversations with people that like. I'm thinking that I'm cool, and people are like, "Oh, where you been at? What you been doing?" I'm like, "I've been locked up." They're like, "How long you done?" I'm like, 6, 7 years. They're like looking at me like I'm less than, you know. And these guys are like 21, 22. They got a car, they got a house. They're way past where I'm at. And honestly, like I envy my baby mom too. She has a house, she has a car, she has my daughter. My daughter says she has everything for my daughter. And really, if I wasn't even in the picture, she wouldn't even really need me. My daughter's well taken care of. But that's something that it kind of bugs me, like I'm out there to be able to do that for my own daughter. And I try to do what I can. I have my grandma go over there because her birthday was on the 16th of September. She's a year older now. But I had my grandma go over to give her things. She's walking. She says, Papa. She says, Mom. That's something we look forward to, you know. And I'm here to admit all my wrongs and all my faults that I've done here while I was in prison. I made a lot of mistakes.
Hopefully you're making some permanent changes that will translate when you get out in the community. You can do some of the things you're hoping to do, be a better father, that type of thing. Well, the board will have all the information that was in your disclosure documents. They'll have your statements from today's hearing, and they can move forward with a decision. I don't know what that decision will be. If they are looking towards having you do parole, are you willing to follow through with all that?
Yeah, I'm willing to go do parole, whatever I need to do.
When do you anticipate you'll be getting into general population?
I just barely came back to RH, so it's gonna be a little bit. I'm doing the package right now. It's called the Hustle Program 2.0. Yeah. So it's gonna
Okay.
be a little while.
All right. I don't have any other questions for you. Anything else you have before I conclude the hearing?
No, sir. I think that's appreciate you guys for letting me come in and express myself. And as I said, you know, whatever you guys decide to do, whether it's more time or whatever the case may be, obviously it's probably the right decision, and I'll do it with ease. And I'm really excited to get out to go home. Whenever that does come, I do appreciate you for letting me have that time today to talk to you guys.
All right, thank you. And you'll get the board order here in 2 to 3 weeks. It'll outline exactly what's expected of you moving forward.
Right on.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. You guys have a good day.
You too.
Oh, right.
Right. Parole violation, original hearing for Jason Anderson, offender number 174440. That is you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing and received a disclosure packet that you've been able to review? I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statements you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Joel Robinson. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing. This is your first appearance before the board since you returned on your warrant. You've got 3 parole allegations. I'll have you admit, deny, or plead no contest to each one of these. We'll go over your new offense, which is case 241-901-006, possession, 3rd-degree felony. Your first allegations by having absconded or fled parole supervision on or about December 21st of 2023. Allegation 2 is directly related to your new conviction. It's by having committed or been convicted of a new criminal offense, possession of a controlled substance. Now, in the allegation, it was listed as possession with intent to distribute. I'll amend that to reflect what you were convicted of, possession of a controlled substance, felony 3. With that amendment, do you admit, deny, or plead no contest to that?
I admit.
And then your final allegations by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense, possession of drug paraphernalia, same date.
Sure.
And based off of those admissions and your new conviction, your previous parole date of December 12, 2023 will be revoked. The new case occurred April 3rd of 2024. You'd been out on parole for approximately 5 months. If you could explain what happened when you first got released on parole and then what led up to this new offense.
All right. I had paroled. I went to the Weber Recovery Center, and I graduated that at I was house manager. I was doing good getting out, and I slipped up and started going around people I shouldn't have been going around, and started using. And pretty much that's what it's a downhill slide after that. Didn't
Were
know
you still
where-
at Weber Recovery Center when you got linked up
No,
with?
I graduated that and then went to live with my mom.
How long did that take to complete the Weber recovery?
60 days.
Did you like that environment?
I've done this quite a few times, right? You know, it's something that I've step by step, I learn more each time I get out, and I'm just tired of it. And I think this time that I've really just found the
security that I need and not wanting to live that lifestyle no more. So,
But when you become like the house manager, you're putting in,
that was a big goal to me right there.
you're
just
putting
being
like a leadership position in
yes,
there.
yes, sir. Yes.
Do you find that when you're dealing with people in that type of facility that a lot of them are just going through the motions, or are most people
And
that are ready to
It
change?
depends on the people that it's teaching them, whether they've been through it. It's easier to relate to somebody that's been through what you've been through and sitting there explaining it versus somebody that's never been through nothing and trying to sit there and tell you how it is.
So do you think most of the people in there are actually trying to make changes, or,
It's about 50-50.
and as the house manager, you're able to identify
Well,
that?
and I was able to help, you know what I mean? Because I know what it's like to go through certain things. And I kind of been able to identify where I go wrong in every situation. Because I had plenty of time to think about it, I guess.
So you had 60 days where you did well, you're in the program, you become a house manager, you're a leader,
Yep.
get to the point where you're feeling good about being sober, then you get released to your mom's house,
Yeah.
and then what happens?
Old friends started coming around, and I just kind of put my sobriety, my meetings, everything just to the side a little bit. I'll go drink a little bit, or I'll go whatever, smoke a little weed or something. And it just ended up, those people just they just end up coming through, and it's by the time that you're around it, it's already too late, and I ain't even done it yet, and it's already too late. Kind of that situation, letting those people around.
Do you get arrested? The reason why they initially had it listed as with intent to distribute, one of the things you had with you when you got arrested on April 3rd was 15 Suboxone strips, which were packaged tightly in plastic wrap.
And that's after this last parole was, I was on Suboxone. That was the huge thing, but I started using heroin and put that to the side, and I had those strips put to the side. It was my prescription. It wasn't anybody's else, but having to withdraw off the other stuff is, you know, I kept wanting to turn myself in. I wanted to turn myself in, but I was just sick. Coming off the heroin and using the needle, I was just, it was hard to even keep track of anything.
Have you stayed clean since you've been in here?
Yeah, I'm on Suboxone. And I don't mess with nothing. I take what's prescribed to me, and that's it. I don't need nothing else. It's huge for them to have that. And I feel like this time I got a super good feeling, and it's just, and being in there and seeing all the people that time after time after time, including myself, it's I don't know, it's like, it's not what I want. I eventually want a family, I want a house, I want to be able to purchase a vehicle, I want to do all those things. I have
Got in a fight in July?
Yes, I should say. Somebody had came at us first. It wasn't me just aggressing somebody. I don't do that. But it was protect myself, yeah.
Then two more that are pending, one for listed as an A21, assault against a correctional officer, and then an A13, substance abuse.
And the assault against as an officer is the wrong name. It says it right on the thing. It's the wrong person. So they're in the middle of figuring that out.
Yeah, you'll have a hearing on that. The substance abuse.
Yeah, it's and we pass stuff all the time, and it ended up just falling off the thing whenever it was just ended up on me. So I took the blame for it. So
what do you think you need moving forward to be successful?
honestly, sir, it's shot in the cell for a long time thinking about how I'm going to answer everything and what I need to do to make this successful. And I do have a girlfriend out there right now. She's pregnant. I have a huge thing coming. It's just, I got a huge task that needs to be addressed, and it's just drug addiction. So
Yeah, so
I
how,
want to be a father. I don't want to be in and out while I have a kid out there. I don't want to be in and out of prison. I don't want to do all that. And I just feel good about it this time. I know what I want. I know what I got to do to get there. I got my work is a huge thing. It's mandatory for everybody, you know, and I have everything set in motion to make it.
the new conviction has a 12-month guideline attached to it, puts you at April of next year. The board will look at that date. They could deviate, release you sooner, hold you longer, whatever they feel is appropriate based off of the circumstances. I'll outline in my report to the board everything we've discussed today and a summary of everything that's in your disclosure documents.
Yes, sir.
Any other information you would like them to consider?
Just that I'm ready. Whether they let me, it's up to them, I guess. You know, I've said all that I could say. I can sit up here and make up 100 excuses, and none of them are going to be good enough to change the answer.
Right.
Because my own decisions.
All right, they should be able to deliberate and get their order decided in the next couple weeks. They'll mail you what's expected moving forward.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Today is the time and place set for a rescission hearing for Christian Marchant, offender number 243646, and that is you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing and a disclosure packet you've been able to review?
Yes, sir.
I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statements you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Joel Robison. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing. You had a hearing back in January. It was a rescission hearing. The board scheduled a paper review to track pending cases. After the paper review, the board received notice from the Department of Corrections that charges weren't being pursued. The board granted you an October 29th, 2024 parole contingent on CBT completion and no disciplinary violations. In August of 2024, the board received notice from the Department of Corrections that you're being screened for new charges related to a weapons incident on August 15th of 2024. That's why your parole date was rescinded and you were scheduled for today's hearing. The board hasn't received an update from the Department of Corrections. I looked in the court exchange. There was no charges filed, but I don't know where they're at in the screening process. I don't know if you've had any conversations with them.
But with that, like, they found me guilty of the write-up, which I appealed it. So from what I was told in the write-up, it said that the weapon was found on my persons or in my immediate possession. On that day, there was no weapon found in my cell. There was no weapon found on me or my cellie or anything like that. They found it in a pin bag, which laundry loses our pin bags like once a month at least. So I have 1 million pin bags. I've been in prison for 3 years now. And pin bags get taken, and then the COs issue them to new people. So we end up getting pin bags that have other people's names on them, and people just write the cell number on them and use them. Which, after I got my findings back on the write-up, they said that it was found in a laundry bag. That's how I found out it was in a laundry bag. I didn't even know about it at the time or anything like that. So I don't know.
Okay. Well, there's a couple options. The board could make a decision based off of the information available. The other thing they could do is they could set this out for, just like the last time, paper review, and then instruct the Law Enforcement Bureau to provide an update on the potential pending case. So I mean, that's really the options. They could set this out for a paper review, or they could just make a decision based off of the information available.
Yeah.
We'll have your statement regarding the how the weapon was found and your response to that. So, yeah, go ahead.
Which, so the other thing too is for I received my high school diploma while I was in Antelope or whatever, and I graduated the high school, and I understand that I was contingent upon CBT, but I know that they offer CBT at Weber Human Services and Davis Behavioral Health, or I think that's the name of it. And I would have had no problem doing that. I was like, I just don't see why that held me back from getting a time cut to where I could have done that on the street when it's already hard enough to get into it back here as is in Antelope. It's hard to get into the CBT.
So have you not had the opportunity to sign up for any
I've
CBT
tried
class?
signing up for it and they said I wasn't eligible because of that weapons write-up. So
Okay. All right, and you are willing to parole if that's the direction the board goes? Any other information that you think would be relevant?
I know my family's out there having a hard time right now. Like my mom, she's having physical problems where she's having troubles to where she's taking care of my little brothers and then she helps take care of my daughter. And she's not even able to work right now. She can barely walk. I know this ain't really your guys' problem. It's my fault for being in trouble. But I would really like to be able to be out there and help my family. Like she's having a hard time even moving and stuff. And she's had to go to the hospital a few times to get stuff looked at and they still can't figure out what's wrong with her. So if you guys could take that into consideration for me, and I understand I've made decisions that have landed me here and in my current predicament, but I know they were wrong and I'm trying to fix them.
All right, I'll pass that along. I don't make a decision in the matter, but I'll get the information over to the board tomorrow. They'll review it over the next, it should be a fairly quick thing to review. They may be able to get a decision over to you within a week or so, but we do advise it could take up to 3 weeks before a decision's made.
I think that they would try and go back for, like, if they were to give me a parole date, would it try and go back for the same one that it was? Because it was still at the end of this month, pretty much.
I mean, that's an option that they have. They could do that. And then the other option being they want additional information on that potential case, they'll request LEB to provide that information prior to making a release decision. Just the same process that happened last time with the paper review.
LEB let them know if they're in charge or not, so.
Right.
Alrighty.
All right. Well, thank you for your time today.
Yep, thank you.